Chapter 335, Master's wife Liya stood atop the tower, long sword in hand, his expression grave. Divine exotic immortal spirit stood on Liya's shoulder, full of vigor, continuously waving its arms. Ever since Liya had learned the truth, it had ceased its act. At first, Liya felt somewhat awkward, but now, his feelings were overtaken by worry. The battle had progressed to a point where Divine Exotic City could barely advance. The demons were too strong and even understood formation techniques, effectively halting the advance of Divine Exotic City, with more demons continually joining the battlefield. If things continued this way, Divine Exotic City might well be breached. What Liya worried about most was attracting even more terrifying demon creatures. He felt a desire to retreat, fearing that the troubles would only grow and force the primordial ancestor to intervene. Liya gritted his teeth, ready to call for a retreat, when suddenly, the divine exotic immortal spirit on his shoulder started yowling loudly. "I am going to unleash my divine might." The divine exotic immortal spirit raised its right arm, its youthful voice filled with excitement. Liya was stunned. He immediately looked up, scanning the surroundings. The distant thunderclouds were heavily interconnected, with no end in sight. The more he saw, the faster his gaze moved, as if searching for something. Guan noticed Liya's actions and a smile appeared on his face. He was already aware of Liya's burden because the divine exotic immortal spirit had told him, but he hadn't said anything. Some things had to be overcome by oneself. Like Long Zhan, a powerful figure, who never hesitated and was always decisive. Guan immediately took Qingtian Peak from his waist. The peak, smaller than a palm, refracted the thunder light, emitting an ancient aura, unsettling an Xian profoundly. Under Anzin's watch, Guan raised his hand and tossed Qingtian Peak upward into the sea of clouds. The next second, a vast momentum descended, enveloping the entire ocean. Liya and Divine Exotic Immortal Spirit both felt something and looked up simultaneously. The previously excited Divine Exotic Immortal Spirit widened its eyes, a stunned expression on its face. Liya was similarly dumbstruck. The rolling sea of clouds dispersed, and a tremendously large mountain suddenly emerged. In comparison, everything else seemed minuscule. It was tens of thousands of feet from the sea surface. Even the trees on the mountain appeared gigantic, resembling divine soldiers exerting a daunting presence. In this moment, Divine Exotic City seemed like a mere pebble, demonstrating the grandeur of Qingtian Peak. Guan led an Xian to the summit. An Xian looked up to see a brilliant starry sky and also witnessed 7 dazzling suns, all reflecting in her eyes. As soon as Qingtian Peak appeared, it grabbed the attention of all the demons. The demons, upon seeing Qingtian Peak, were equally scared. "What is that?" "It's a huge mountain, no, an immortal treasure." "Damn it, why is there another supreme treasure appearing?" "This aura, no good, it's dangerous." "Retreat! Hurry, retreat!" Panicked cries came from the demons as they scattered like monkeys when a tree falls, fleeing at tremendous speed. Qingtian Peak remained suspended in the air without touching down. Guan turned to an Xian and chuckled, "It seems we can't show the full might of Qingtian Peak." An Xian wasn't foolish and shook her head, "That's because Master, you are merciful, otherwise, they wouldn't think of escaping." Guan just laughed and shook his head. In that moment, he thought of Long Zhan and Xiao Shengtian, and thus decided to adhere to his principles. His target for elimination should at least be beings with whom he had grievances. This would prevent others from speculating other reasons. Moreover, his annual gain in lifespan had already reached 1.5 million years, and he had no reason to needlessly kill innocents and accumulate karma. After all, he could play it safe and slowly become stronger. Guan's greatest cruelty was against plants and trees, as all beings must eat, which cultivator doesn't use medicinal herbs for alchemy? What he could do was choose the path that best suited his own growth. That's why, to Anzin's comment about mercy, Guan only smiled. He didn't consider himself merciful, his choices were also governed by a mindset of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. As the demons dispersed, the divine exotic immortal spirit heaved a sigh of relief. Liya, meanwhile, looked up at the majestic Qingtian peak, feeling a sense of relief at that moment. So that's how it is. Liya had always felt unworthy of owning divine exotic city, but now, seeing the grandeur of Qingtian peak, he realized the primordial ancestor possessed even stronger treasures. What was there to worry about? He didn't even know how high the primordial ancestor's Dao level was. Rather than being burdened, he would rather strive to become stronger and repay the primordial ancestor later. No matter how much he tried to think for the primordial ancestor's sake now, he couldn't possibly help the primordial ancestor, who was gambling on his future, not the present. As Qingtian Peak rose higher and rapidly shrank, it gave Liya a sensation of flying beyond the heavens. After Qingtian Peak disappeared, Liya didn't see the figure he hoped to see. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." The divine exotic immortal spirit turned its head and asked with surprise, "Where to?" "To a place where we can compete. Clearly, this is not suitable for us, otherwise the primordial ancestor wouldn't have used another supreme treasure to save us," Liya said calmly. The divine exotic immortal spirit scratched its head, found the reasoning sound, and nodded in agreement. Divine exotic city transformed into a rainbow of light and streaked back the way they had come. This scene caught Nzin's eye, and she asked with surprise, "Why are they leaving?" Guan didn't expect his intervention to actually persuade Liya to leave, which left him with mixed feelings. "Let them go. Well, make another round for an ancient hour before heading back," Guan said. An Xian had no objections and began to inquire about divine exotic city and Liya. Guan told her everything he knew. After the voyage through the Thunder Sea demon domain, an Xian pursued her cultivation more diligently, becoming more reserved, just like before. Having seen a stronger world, a fighting spirit was ignited within her, and thereafter, she needed no urging from Guan. Whenever she had time, she would actively practice the stepping path of age's step. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord and Xianxia had also covertly observed her step technique. Unfamiliar and slightly embarrassed to keep spying, after watching 2 or 3 times, they completely lost interest in paying attention to an Xian. But in their hearts, both Guan and an Xian had become different. Years passed by. 5 years went by in the blink of an eye. This year, Ji Xiaoyu returned. "How come you have another woman's aura on you?" Ji Xiaoyu stood at the table, frowning as she asked. Guan put down the book in his hands and replied, "I went to see my junior sister 2 days ago." Ji Xiaoyu pressed on, "Why has her aura changed?" Guan looked at her, surprised. She actually remembered Yilan's aura. She has made a breakthrough in her cultivation recently, so her aura has changed, Guan casually responded. In fact, that was indeed the case. In his heart, Nzin's status could not surpass Yilan's, so whenever he visited Yilan, he would preach to her, and the elixirs he invested in her were more than those for an Xian. Watching the junior sister's maximum lifespan increase little by little gave Guan a sense of achievement. He relished the feeling of contending with the heavens. "Is that so?" Ji Xiaoyu asked skeptically. Guan rolled his eyes at her, saying, "I am upstanding and straightforward. Why would I deceive you? Don't I often meet other women in front of you? Besides, why do you care about these matters? Don't harbor any improper thoughts about me. The karma associated with you is too great. I'm afraid reincarnation path emperor's enemies might capture me to threaten you." Ji Xiaoyu couldn't help but glare at Guan. Guan crossed his arms and said, "Honestly, other than Yilan, Shenzhen, and Lu Lingjun, whom you have seen, there is another woman who likes me. I'm still considering it, mainly because I'm raising 3 adorable female demons, so I don't have much need for romance." Ji Xiaoyu laughed, saying, "It wouldn't be those 3 monkey demons, would it?" More and more great cultivators from the supreme sect were appearing, and Tianya Valley could no longer be hidden, but LV Badian and Li Xiandao had reached an agreement, so Tianya Valley remained unscathed. Ji Xiaoyu had learned about the situation inside Tianya Valley through the Ji family. How could it be? Guan retorted with a glare. Ji Xiaoyu pulled out a chair to sit down and began to recount her experiences over the years. Guan listened intently. After talking for 2 ancient hours, Ji Xiaoyu finally left. After Ji Xiaoyu went downstairs, she saw an Xian speaking with 5 female disciples. Thus, she waited on the spot. Once the 5 female disciples had left, she approached an Xian. At this moment, the sun began to set. An Xian turned around, saw Ji Xiaoyu approaching, and quickly stepped forward to greet her. In her heart, Ji Xiaoyu was one of the potential sect mothers, a very strong contender, capable of living under the sect leader's floor. She had to be treated with respect. Your talent is commendable. If you need help, just let me know. My Ji family has some resources, and we can assist you, Ji Xiaoyu said, staring at an Xian. Upon hearing this, an Xian hurriedly thanked her, then added, "Thank you for the kind offer from the Ji family, but it's not necessary. After all, I have my master." Ji Xiaoyu interrupted her, "Don't mind his attitude. I'm helping you for his sake. The stronger you are, the better you can protect him." With that, she turned and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, an Xian felt moved. Ji Xiaoyu truly had a domineering aura. An Xian silently compared herself. Despite her rapid progress, she was not yet a match for Ji Xiaoyu. She decided to set Ji Xiaoyu as her target. Surpassing Ji Xiaoyu would enable her to chase after An Hao and Yang Jian. She refused to believe that Ji Xiaoyu's talent could surpass An Hao and Yang Jian. Inside the house, Guan was reading a book, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. The evening sunlight burst through the window, bathing him in a layer of rosy light, as if he were clad in a robe of twilight. The sun set, and the moon rose. The following morning, Guan left the supreme sect alone, controlling his sword as he flew into the distance. Once he was no longer locked onto by divine sense, his figure vanished instantly. An hour later, Guan arrived in front of the gate of Jianghu sect, surrounded by undulating mountains. From the cliff, each mountain boasted a sea of flowers, a magnificent sight. When he took out the sect leader-level token from the supreme sect, the disciples of Jianghu sect halted their hostility and even warmly escorted him inside. Hearing that Guan was seeking the sect leader, the disciples dared not delay and immediately guided him, as the token Guan showed was of sect leader level from the supreme sect. An hour later, Guan was situated in a separate courtyard. He sensed that Jianghu was in closed-door cultivation, with disciples guarding outside. Sure enough, not much later, the guiding disciple hurried back, asking him to wait a few days since the sect leader was in seclusion. Guan wasn't in a hurry, with Jianghu in seclusion, had discreetly help her with her path enlightenment and leave. Once she found out Guan had been looking for her but hadn't waited, she'd definitely feel embarrassed. Just thinking about it, Guan was a little excited. Chapter 336, Reincarnation to Earth. After the disciples of Jianghu sect left, Guan sat inside the house and suddenly found himself feeling a bit bored. Do I need a round of reincarnation evolution? If he changed locations for the evolution this time, maybe he would have different luck. His lifespan had already surpassed 500 million years. In a few years, the outer world cave would experience another surge in lifespan. It might be fun to try. Mainly because lifespan samsara could enhance Guan's comprehension of the Tao rules, especially the way of cause and effect. He wasn't doing it for fun but for cultivation. Let's start one round. After convincing himself, Guan sat down and drank a cup of tea. While pouring another, he initiated lifespan samsara. The tense and thrilling reincarnation evolution began. You have expended 10 million years of your lifespan to initiate reincarnation evolution, beginning connection with Tao rules, searching for reincarnation realm. You have the following realm choices, choose any one of them. 1. Dark Great Heaven and Earth. 2. Divine Origin Great Heaven and Earth. 3. Primordial Great Heaven and Earth. Seeing these 3 options, Guan was immediately attracted to the primordial great heaven and earth. His physique was the primordial ultimate body, and he had always suspected that primordial pointed to a certain realm or world. How could he not be curious upon seeing the word primordial? He chose it, after all, he had already experienced the first two great heaven and earth. Guan immediately made his choice. You have chosen to reincarnate into primordial great heaven and earth. Given that the Tao rules of this realm are too powerful, you temporarily cannot activate the ability to seize lifespan, nor can you activate phase-based functions. Reincarnation evolution begins. Good, it's yet another world comparable to divine origin great heaven and earth, which means there exist beings here who transcend the 9 heavens of immortal path. Guan felt even more anticipatory in his heart. In your first year, you were born on planet Earth in Jianghu City, Wuxia, and your parents named you Lu Han, Earth. Guan's gaze underwent a subtle change. At 6 years old, you started first grade in elementary school. Because you were too naughty and injured a classmate, you were severely punished by your father. At 12, you entered the first year of junior high school, where you displayed extraordinary intelligence and ranked at the top of your class. At 15, you were admitted to Jianghu City's top high school. There, through a classmate's introduction, you began reading online novels. Due to excessive indulgence, your academic performance began to decline. At 18, just after the Spring Festival, you turned over a new leaf, put down your phone, and vowed to reclaim your dignity as a top student. However, on the eve of the college entrance examination, the world changed drastically. There were earthquakes, tsunamis, and humanity faced apocalyptic challenges. 7 days of chaos later, nations stabilized their order, but mysterious and enormous black gates appeared in cities. Seeing the black gate from a distance, you hesitated, unsure whether to approach it. Seeing the previous prompts, Guan thought he would live a lackluster life. Fortunately, the apocalypse arrived. It wasn't that he found an ordinary life unsatisfactory, but he had spent 10 million years of lifespan for a few decades of human life. How could he accept that? Guan took a deep breath and made his choice. You choose to approach the black gate. As you reached it, the gate suddenly shook, causing all nearby people to flee instinctively. Before you could escape, you were sucked into the gate, and your consciousness plunged into darkness. When you awoke, you found yourself in a wild mountainous area with only a dozen other people, some of whom were already awake. You started exploring and fighting for survival. At 19, after half a year, you finally made your way out of the wilderness and saw the silhouette of a city. Of your original group, only 4 remained. You entered the city and discovered it was an ancient township with everyone dressed in traditional attire. To survive, you began working in the city and ultimately realized you had traveled back in time. At 20, an immortal in the city started accepting disciples. Many people gathered to watch, and you too went and were discovered to have a spirit root. Thus, you followed the immortal to the outer sect of the Tao court for training. Your 3 companions, discovered to have spirit roots as well, joined you, and together you wept, believing a wonderful life was about to start. But upon reaching the outer sect, you learned you would start as servant disciples. At 21, you found out your girlfriend, Wuxia Xianxia, had attached herself to an outer disciple. After a quarrel, the 2 of you had a falling out, and your 2 companions chose to side with Wuxia Xianxia, leaving you isolated and alone. At 24, hearing of Wuxia Xianxia's horrible death, you inquired from a former companion and learned she had died during an outer disciple mission, pushed into the jaws of a demon beast by an outer disciple named Zhou Xuanquan. It was the very man Wuxia Xianxia had clung to. You erected a gravestone for her and swore in your heart to become an immortal. At 25, while gathering herbs on a mountain, you fell into a ravine and landed by the riverside, your bones broken. In agony, you waited for death to come. Then you heard a voice saying it could save you, but you would have to serve as its servant thereafter. Do you accept its terms? What's there to hesitate about? Accept. Guan immediately made his choice. This life seemed rather tough. You chose to accept and soon fell into a coma. When you woke up, you found yourself in a cave. The person who saved you claimed to be the Mad Demon Lord, and from then on, you began to follow him in cultivation. At 27, your cultivation level reached the 5th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. One day, the Mad Demon Lord forced you to ingest an elixir he had concocted, and your cultivation surged to the 7th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. At 28, the Mad Demon Lord found you again for a drug test. Your body ulcerated and bled uncontrollably, and you fell into a coma. When you awoke, you found your face scarred and your right leg incapacitated. At 29, with the Mad Demon Lord's assistance, you successfully achieved foundation establishment, but the scars on your face remained unchanged. The Mad Demon Lord sent you back to the outer sect, but you couldn't bear the mockery and ridicule you faced and ultimately returned to serve the Mad Demon Lord. At 30, the Mad Demon Lord's tests for you concluded, and he imparted to you the demon skill, Swallowing Heaven technique. At 40, you mastered the Swallowing Heaven technique and also learned a set of hand techniques. At 42, the Mad Demon Lord left, leaving you to cultivate alone. At 44, enemies of the Mad Demon Lord came seeking the elixir of immortality he had created. You narrowly escaped death and fell into a river, fleeing downstream. At 45, wearing a mask, you saved a distressed young lady whose house servants had all been slaughtered by demons. Only she remained. Out of gratitude, she wanted to marry you and asked to see your true face. Do you remove the mask? Take it off. Women disrupt my cultivation. Better to scare her off quickly. Guan was impatient to see Lu Han's life take a turn for the better. You removed the mask, expecting to frighten Yuan Linger away, but to your surprise, after a brief moment of shock, she resolutely embraced you, and you lifted your arms to embrace her in return. At 46, you followed Yuan Linger back to the Yuan family estate. Her father hesitated about the marriage due to your appearance, but under Yuan Linger's insistence, you were eventually married. At 47, Yuan Linger bore you a son named Lu Qiuxian. Because your son did not take the surname of the Yuan family, her father grew even more displeased with you. At 56, demons invaded the city, slaughtering the inhabitants. You barely managed to keep your wife and child safe but couldn't save others, forcing your family of 3 to begin a nomadic life. At 58, you returned to the outer sect with Yuan Linger and your 11-year-old son Lu Qiuxian. Your son was discovered to have the rare heavenly spirit root and was taken as a disciple by a Mahayana realm elder. Your family stayed up all night, unable to sleep. Upon reaching this point, Gu An's face broke into a smile. He was on the verge of feeling despondent. He hadn't even had the chance to make choices and felt like Lu Han could die at any moment. Too bitter. Chapter 337, River of Destiny. At the age of 59, your son Lu Qiuxian succeeded in foundation establishment, making a name for himself in the outer sect of the Tao court. Consequently, you received widespread pursuit and admiration. Even the 2 companions who had traveled through time with you came to congratulate you, making you reflect on how life and fate are elusive. At 60, you successfully reached core formation. At 63, your son Lu Qiuxian awakened the supreme treasure body, shocking the Tao court. He was exceptionally accepted into the Tao court, and from then on, you and your son parted ways. Supreme treasure body? Isn't that the treasure body once possessed by the divine exotic ghost king, Impermanence Tian? Guan was even more hopeful for this cycle of reincarnation evolution. This lifetime, will he rise against the heavens through his son? What followed in the cycle of reincarnation was all about cultivation, waiting until 100 years later. At 172, you successfully broke through to the nascent soul realm. You had just shared the news with your wife, Yuan Linger, when suddenly you received the terrible news that your son Lu Qiuxian had fallen, his essence blood consumed by another. Upon hearing this, your wife Yuan Linger fainted on the spot. At 173, you finally uncovered the truth behind Lu Qiuxian's death. He died at the hands of the crown prince of the strongest divine dynasty of the era, who was also a direct disciple of the Tao court and had already stepped into the immortal path realm. The gap between your statuses was vast. Lu Qiuxian's master sighed and hoped you could let go of this matter. At 174, your wife Yuan Linger died of sorrow. After burying her, you left the outer sect of the Tao court. At 176, you couldn't abide the injustice you witnessed, saving a group of mortals. Before you left, an old man stopped you, declaring that your chi fortune was extraordinary and that there was a turn of fate in store for you. He offered to cast a divination for you, to help you find this turning point. Do you accept his divination for you? Yes. Let alone Lu Han, even just observing made Guan feel desperate. With such poor aptitude and cultivation techniques, when would Lu Han ever seek revenge? You accepted the old man's divination. During the process, his chi blood ran amok, and he spat out reverse-flowing blood. Before collapsing, he told you that your turn of fate lay within Burial Immortal Ridge. After you confirmed that the old man was unharmed, you headed for Burial Immortal Ridge. At 185, you finally reached Burial Immortal Ridge. You learned it was a death zone for mortals, even creatures of the immortal path struggled to survive there. Yet you resolutely entered Burial Immortal Ridge. What followed were various perilous encounters. Guan was on edge, fearing that Lu Han might suddenly die young. At 192, you stumbled upon an abandoned cave and unexpectedly discovered a stele inscribed with bizarre and complex characters. As you wandered about, you accidentally triggered a mechanism. In a panic, your blood splashed onto the stele as you collided with it, and soon after, a mysterious force drew you inside the stele. You arrived within the miniature world of the Qianquan Saint Emperor and met the remnant soul of the Qianquan Saint Emperor. After some negotiation, you ultimately became a disciple of the Qianquan Saint Emperor. At 200, under the guidance of the Qianquan Saint Emperor, you cultivated the Supreme Treasure Body. Your physical body was reborn, and you regained the appearance of a 20-year-old with no scars on your face. Only your hair turned white. At 210, you broke through the divinity transformation realm. Things are looking up. Qianquan Saint Emperor? Just by the sound of it, he must be powerful. Guan was also excited, for he would feel Lu Han's experiences as the memories of the cycle of reincarnation flowed into his mind. Naturally, he hoped the memories would not be so filled with hardship. What came next were constant breakthroughs, practicing spells and divine skills. At 250, you broke through the void-crossing realm. At 317, you broke through the unification realm. At 430, you broke through the mystic heart realm. At 431, the Qianquan Saint Emperor called you forth, saying his remnant soul had little time left. He wanted to help his Supreme Treasure Body step into the Supreme Tao Body before his soul dissipated, but it required enduring unimaginable pain. Do you accept? Accept. Guan made his choice without hesitation. You accepted the help of the Qianquan Saint Emperor. After several months of tempering, you successfully cultivated the Supreme Tao Body, causing a phenomenon that alarmed the Tao rules of great heaven and earth. You gained the divine aspect of the Supreme Immortal. At 440, you left the miniature world of the Qianquan Saint Emperor and returned to the mortal world. Upon reaching Burial Immortal Ridge, you were attacked by a Mahayana realm cultivator with an ancient treasure body. You slew the assailant, breaching the realm gap, and inadvertently consumed their essence blood, further strengthening your physique. Over the next 50 years, Lu Han left Burial Immortal Ridge, seeking out cultivators with ancient treasure bodies. Some were successful hunts, some were not, but in any case, he always managed to escape. Guan saw traces of impermanence Tian in him, perhaps this was the destiny of the Supreme Treasure Body. Until the age of 600, Lu Han, under attack from several Nirvana realm great cultivators, forcefully underwent tribulation crossing. He used the heavenly tribulation to obliterate his foes and stepped into the immortal path realm. After that, Lu Han entered the path of the unbeatable. At 720, he found the divine dynasty's crown prince, executed him, and consumed his essence blood. His cultivation level skyrocketed. Concurrently, the emperor of the divine dynasty, enraged, issued a kill order against him. Lu Han fled while killing his enemies. Guan had few chances to choose, mostly deciding whether to save or kill. After numerous prompts, Lu Han finally reached the age of 10,000. His cultivation level reached the wandering immortal realm, making him the #1 prodigy of the era. However, he was attacked by the carefree primordial immortal and was in critical condition. Fortunately, a great power from the Tao court intervened, and he returned to the Tao court. The two companions who had accompanied him through time had long since turned to dust. Revisiting the old places, he entered a state of path enlightenment, perceiving the power of time. The master of the Tao court wished to take Lu Han as his disciple. Lu Han hesitated, and Guan helped him choose to accept. From then on, Lu Han became the top disciple of the Tao court, sweeping through his peers and standing out amongst his fellow heaven's prodigies. Guan helped him reject numerous proposals from daughters of heaven. Outside the Tao court, Lu Han vanquished demons and evildoers, rescued those in pain and suffering, and established a holy name. At the age of 20,000, Lu Han stepped into the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, becoming the youngest heaven and earth flying immortal in the history of the Tao court. At 50,000, Lu Han once again broke the records of the Tao court by becoming the youngest carefree primordial immortal. At 60,000, Lu Han ventured alone into the Divine Dynasty, executed the Emperor of the Divine Dynasty in front of all the powerhouses, and in the Emperor's treasure Bodis Bone Palace, he found the remains of his son, Lu Qiuxian. Guan was immersed in Lu Han's legendary life, with Lu Han living more and more splendidly. Compared to the domineering ways of Long Zhan, he was reckless and unfettered, yet he didn't lose his sense of righteousness. At 100,000, Lu Han consumed the essence blood of thousands of treasure bodies and cultivated the awe-inspiring Supreme Saint body. At 200,000, Lu Han swept across the great heaven and earth, becoming a living myth. At 250,000, Lu Han encountered the Taoist tide in the cosmos. Amidst the waves of the Tao, he perceived the true meaning of Tao and shaped the primordial karmic body. At 300,000, Lu Han reached the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, traversed the cosmos, and returned to Earth, only to find it already desolate. He cut ties with his past, and his Taoist heart underwent transformation. At 430,000, you broke through your own shackles and reached the Tao void mysterious immortal realm, astonishing the universe. You retrieved your life grid. Do you unlock the life-stealing ability? Considering Long Zhan's precedent, Guan hesitated for a moment and chose not to. Don't unlock. It seems Lu Han doesn't need the life-stealing ability. Since he didn't unlock the life-stealing ability, Lu Han didn't undergo a drastic change in personality. He was domineering against his enemies, but he also aided the suffering worlds, continually spreading his holy name throughout various lands. At 500,000, Lu Han met the saint ancestor of the 9th level of Immortal Path, who appreciated him. The saint ancestor imparted a Taoist title to him, naming him the Primordial Divine Emperor. Until Lu Han reached the 9th level of the Immortal Path, Guan faced another choice. At 830,000, you stepped into the 9th level of the Immortal Path. After the breakthrough, you immersed yourself in path enlightenment. You unexpectedly sensed the existence of the River of Destiny. You hesitated. Do you choose to step into the River of Destiny? Guan also hesitated. The River of Destiny sounds extraordinary, and stepping into it could allow for the understanding of the Tao of Destiny. To Guan, Lu Han's divine skills and cultivation techniques weren't very important. Comprehending the Tao rules mattered more. But the unknown represented danger. Even Long Zhan, surpassing the 9 heavens of Immortal Path, had not encountered the River of Destiny. After much hesitation, Guan chose yes. You chose to step into the River of Destiny. After entering the river, you entered a state of path enlightenment. You comprehended the Tao of Destiny. With your own creation, you revived your son Lu Qiuxian, aiding him in cultivating the primordial karmic body. You wished to revive your wife, but Yuan Linger, with her low Tao level, had already reincarnated. You were attacked by the Black Profound Emperor. In the face of danger, you sent your son Lu Qiuxian to the end of the River of Destiny. You died by the hands of the Black Profound Emperor. Reincarnation ends. Damn it. It's the Black Profound Emperor again. Angered, Guan took a step and arrived at an island overseas, then opened the lifespan barrier. He sat cross-legged on the ground, vast memories subsequently flooding his mind. Textual description and real feelings are two entirely different matters. After closing his eyes, it didn't take long for Guan to frown. A moment later, Guan's frown relaxed, and a smile spread across his face as he experienced the beautiful process of a family depending on one another. Time passed rapidly. An ancient hour later, Guan returned to the Jianghu sect, sitting at a table with cold tea. He placed a hand on the table and closed his eyes again, carefully feeling Lu Han's life experience. Facing the Black Profound Emperor was like making the wrong bet, but stepping into the River of Destiny was not. He gained a profound understanding of the Tao of Destiny, and he also shared the feelings of Lu Han when he sent his son away. Lu Han lived for more than 800,000 years and experienced everything. Before his death, he was able to revive his son, dying without regrets. In the final battle, Lu Han still demonstrated his strength, leaving an indelible wound on the Black Profound Emperor, with the injury mark landing above the Emperor's left brow. Between the memories of two lives, Guan couldn't determine whether the Black Profound Emperor faced by Long Zhan was stronger or the one faced by Lu Han was. Both were far inferior to the Black Profound Emperor in strength. Lu Han managed to injure the Black Profound Emperor primarily because of his special divine skills. But right after injuring the Emperor, he was instantly killed. For now, Guan set aside his anger towards the Black Profound Emperor, immersing himself in the understanding of the Tao of Destiny. As day turned to night and the moon rose, he sat there, unmoving. 3 days later, a figure pushed open the door, bringing a wave of fragrance that altered Guan's gaze. "Why are you here?" Jiang Qiong asked with joy, swiftly taking a seat at the table. As she looked at Guan, the happiness on her face couldn't be concealed. Guan looked at her, his eyes regaining their clarity, yet that one glance made her heart involuntarily tremble. Somehow, Jiang Qiong felt he was in low spirits, and her smile vanished accordingly. Chapter 338, Destruction Dao Seal, What's Wrong with You? Jiang Qiong asked with a furrowed brow, her expression growing colder as she continued, Is someone giving you a hard time? Hearing this, Guan revealed a smile and said, It's nothing, I was just thinking about the story of a book. Really? Asked Jiang Qiong, looking doubtful. Truly, Guan laughed. Actually, I was thinking of leaving before you finished your seclusion. That way, you might feel guilty for missing me. But you came so quickly, it caught me a little off guard. After all, he was a divine thought true immortal. Even though Lu Han's memories were heavy and vast, he could quickly detach from them. To him, Lu Han was just a past life. Lu Han was him, but he was Guan. With Guan's words, the worry in Jiang Qiong's heart dissipated. She rolled her eyes at him and said in an irritated tone, You sure have quite the imagination. I wouldn't feel the slightest bit guilty. Is that so? It seems I've overestimated our relationship. Humph, but I'm still quite happy that you came looking for me. It's rare to see you leave the Supreme Sect. It's just that I suddenly thought of you. Every time, it's you who comes to find me. It's about time I came to you, especially since the Supreme Sect and the Jianghu sect have established a good relationship. The two chatted away. As Guan spoke, he observed Jiang Qiong's fate, peering into her destiny. Without undergoing nirvana, all mortals are just spirits. Guan could see the end of Jiang Qiong's life with one glance. Jiang Qiong's fate was remarkably intricate, with innumerable variations, essentially a multitude of possible trajectories. Within her destiny, Guan could not see himself, but he knew the reason there were so many branches in Jiang Qiong's future was because of him. His choices could change her destiny. However, all branches of destiny flowed toward the same conclusion, death. Some led to peaceful passing, others to death in battle, and some to deviation during cultivation, resembling a tree of fate spreading its branches. Fate seemed so cruel. Having fused with Lu Han's life experiences, Guan had a deeper insight into the workings of fate, understanding the mysterious forces that could, at any moment, disperse predestined paths. Guan conjectured that these were perhaps the slivers of opportunity left by the 3,000 great Tao, the slim chance for sentient beings to transcend mortal limits. As long as Jianghu could achieve nirvana, her destiny would be toppled and reshaped. Guan thought of his own fate. What was it like? Being part of it, he could not peer into his own destiny. Fate was the confluence of all causality in life. Although those who could peer into fate could not see their own destinies, they could deduce the causality related to themselves and make predictions. If Guan could observe Jianghu's fate, then surely more powerful beings could perceive the destiny of a divine thought true immortal. Fate was not set in stone, the masses lacked the power to change their choices, merely swept along by the grandeur of the mortal world. Beings above the 9 heavens of the immortal path could certainly see the great currents enveloping the divine thought true immortal. How, then, could one transcend fate? During his conversation with Jianghu, Guan continued to ponder this question. 2 ancient hours later. Guan stood up to take his leave. Can't you stay a couple more days? Jianghu asked, trying to persuade him to stay. I've been out for 4 days already. It's time to go back. There are several medicine valleys waiting for my management, Guan replied. Jianghu glared at him. What's the point of having so many disciples? By that reasoning, as the leader of a sect, shouldn't I be even busier? We're different, Guan said, shaking his head. Besides, now that I've come once, it will definitely be more convenient in the future. We are both cultivators. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet. Jianghu huffed, unable to persuade him, and could only send him off. She escorted Guan all the way to the gate of the Jianghu sect. After he flew away, she remained standing there, gazing in the direction he departed. The Jianghu sect disciples guarding the gate curiously wondered about the relationship between that man and their sect leader, who had personally seen him off. On the way back, Guan was targeted by some people, which Jianghu secretly took care of from the shadows. Because of Jianghu's follow-up, Guan's speed back to the valley slowed down. Once Jianghu was no longer following him, he was still 10,000 miles away from the supreme sect when he stepped into it. Next, he planned to spend time comprehending the way of fate. As time trickled by, 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. For Guan, those 20 years flew by quickly. Aside from gathering medicinal herbs, he spent most of his time confined in his room. Many new disciples completed their foundation establishment without ever having the chance to interact with him. An Xian became the leading disciple of the Third Medicine Valley, with the power to distribute foundation establishment pills. She had 20 deacons under her command, and the Medicine Valley was managed in an orderly fashion. This year, at the beginning of summer, Guan stepped out of his door and strolled downstairs. He looked up at the azure sky and felt an immense sense of freedom and joy, a contented smile spreading across his face. His meditation on the way of fate could be put on hold for now. He planned to relax for a few years. In these 20 years, he had mastered Lu Han's strongest divine skill, named the Destruction Dao Seal. The Destruction Dao Seal was gained from Lu Han's comprehension of the River of Fate. This divine skill could strip away an enemy's causality, causing them to be repelled by the rules of heaven and earth and leaving indelible scars. This damage would become an eternal flaw in his opponent. Lu Han had used this divine skill to injure the Black Profound Emperor. If Guan encountered the Black Profound Emperor in the future, he would be able to identify him through the scars left by the Destruction Dao Seal. No matter which divine skills the opponent used, they could not hide the wounds caused by the Destruction Dao Seal. Of course, without knowing the full strength of the Black Profound Emperor, Guan would try to avoid using the abilities of Lu Han, Xiao Shengtian, and Chu Lu. Being slain thrice by the Black Profound Emperor was no coincidence, surely the Emperor was seeking him. As Guan pondered the Black Profound Emperor, Ji Xiaoyu approached him, examining him closely. You seem to have changed somehow, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Guan glanced at her, and said with a soft laugh, perhaps I've become more handsome. Ji Xiaoyu appeared thoughtful. Guan could sense the aura of fate on her. Her cultivation technique had clearly delved into the way of fate. Perhaps it was for this reason that she was able to sense the change in Guan. Fortunately, the disparity in their cultivations was so great that Ji Xiaoyu could never discern Guan's true cultivation level. After chatting for a while, Guan found an Xian and left the supreme sect with her. After confirming no one was tailing them, he took an Xian towards Mortal World Peak. An Xian closed her eyes, and when she opened them next, they had arrived at Mortal World Peak. So fast. An Xian now felt what Yang Jian had once experienced. The higher her cultivation, the more she marveled at her master's strength. Master, what divine skill is that? It's so fast, an Xian couldn't help but ask. As Guan led her across the clouds, looking ahead, he replied, you guessed right, it's the stepping path of ages step that you've been practicing. An Zin's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder that step technique was so difficult to master. When perfected, could it traverse the mortal world? An Xian developed an unprecedented expectation for the stepping path of ages step. Soon, the master and disciple arrived at Dingtian Peak. Guan first went to gather medicinal herbs, greeting disciples along the way. News of his return spread rapidly across Dingtian Peak. With Guan's joining, Mortal World Peak grew more tolerant towards Dingtian Peak. The direct disciples managed to secure greater benefits for Dingtian Peak, benefiting the entire peak. All the disciples privately mythologized Guan, knowing their peak master's exceptional strength. Strolling along, Guan nonchalantly picked herbs, appearing to deliberately enter the lives of his disciples. Everyone he spoke to along the way was more excited. Occasionally, Guan would even help the disciples gather medicinal herbs, picking but not taking, leaving those disciples feeling honored and shocked. Gradually, Guan heard some news. The Immortal dynasty was about to emerge. On Mortal World Peak, one could learn about various major events in the great heavenly spirit land. Guan also heard about the long-standing feud between the Immortal dynasty and the Holy Court. The two forces had been warring for many years until Xingtian ascended the throne, and the mortal world basked in peace at last. Xingtian was certainly the strongest in the great heavenly spirit land, but no one knew how powerful he truly was. The emergence of the Immortal dynasty would inevitably provoke oppression from the Holy Court. Once friction sparked between the two, the tranquil days in mortal world would end. Despite experiencing several calamities, the Broken Sea domain's influence was too small to affect the whole world. Broadly speaking, the great heavenly spirit land had maintained peace for hundreds of thousands of years. An Xian was also very interested in these events. It was her first time hearing about the Immortal dynasty, and she didn't realize that the mortal world harbored a force capable of contending with the Holy Court. After a while, Guan took an Xian to a courtyard on the mountain's peak. An Xian began cultivating, and Guan rode in the yard to relax. His main purpose for coming today was to take a breather. A moment later, he suddenly felt something and looked up. His gaze pierced through the sky and shot out into the depths of the universe. He sensed a strange aura coming from the silent destruction domain. This sensation was distinctly uncomfortable. Before long, he saw a redwood coffin flying out from the darkness. It was a deep red coffin that seemed to have blood plasma sticking to it, surrounded by wisps of black vapor visible to the naked eye. There was something inside the coffin. Could it be another entity targeting the heavenly demon fetus? Guan thought to himself, with no intention of intervening. The presence and absence of concealment of the deep red coffin must have alerted the Holy Court. Indeed, Guan saw many figures flying out from the Holy Land where the Holy Court was based, the weakest among them being carefree primordial immortals. What a powerful foundation. Guan was again shocked by the strength of the Holy Court. This was just the first response team they'd sent out, and it was hard to imagine the terrifying power the Holy Court could unleash if they went all out. However, Guan saw a divine immortal of wondrous Dharma confront the deep red coffin, resisting with his immense mana. He displayed an expression of agony as his flesh rapidly dissolved into blood, spilling onto the coffin and quickly congealing. His immortal soul of wondrous Dharma, however, managed to escape by a hair's breadth. Such frightening power. Guan couldn't see how the deep red coffin had devoured the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. It was a force he had never seen before. One could surmise that the entity within the deep red coffin was not a heavenly demon, or at least not one he had encountered before. The deep red coffin approached the great heavenly spirit land swiftly and irresistibly. It seemed as though the cultivators flying out from the Holy Court had received orders. They all stopped and even made way. What did this mean? Guan frowned slightly. Could it be that the deep red coffin was related to the Holy Court? While pondering, Guan lowered his head and continued to write. Let the tall ones handle it when the sky falls, as the saying goes. Since the Holy Court was also part of the great heavenly spirit land, he was curious to see what would happen next. Chapter 339, The Dark Emperor from the Battle Court. As evening approached, Guan stood up and stretched languidly, his gaze turning towards outer heaven. The dark red coffin had already reached outer heaven and was about to crash into great heavenly spirit land. An Exian walked over and asked, "Are we going back?" Guan nodded slightly, and an Exian immediately went to pack their things. She had bought some trinkets on Dingtian Peak, planning to bring them back to Third Medicine Valley. As long as it didn't reveal her relationship with Guan on Mortal World Peak, he would not stop her. An Exian was quick with her tasks, and after she was done, she hurried back to where Guan was standing. Seeing her master looking up, she instinctively looked up as well. She saw a shooting star streak across the night sky, falling toward the distant land. "What is that?" an Exian muttered. Guan didn't answer her. He watched the meteor disappear into the distance and then, with a wave of his sleeve, disappeared into the air with her. After returning to Third Medicine Valley, the master and disciple each returned to their own rooms. Guan sat in his chair, seemingly admiring the night scene outside the window, but in reality, his divine thought was directed towards the dark red coffin far away. The coffin landed on a continent 10 times larger than the Taizong continent, bringing an apocalyptic disaster to all the living beings there. In an extremely short amount of time, that continent turned into a sea of fire, 90% of the life wiped out, with the rest fleeing into the ocean. The impact force from the dark red coffin hitting the ground was still expanding, affecting even more oceans and land. It was far from the Taizong continent, but even farther from Mortal World Peak, eliminating the possibility that it was targeting the demon fetus. After landing, the dark red coffin stuck at the bottom of a giant pit, motionless, with no sign of the lid opening. Night passed and day rose. Before descending the stairs, Guan saw that the dark red coffin still hadn't opened, so he stopped thinking about it and went downstairs to follow his disciples in their morning exercise. The morning exercise was a tradition of Third Medicine Valley, and occasionally great cultivators who came to play chess would join in. The discipline during the exercise wasn't strict. Disciples could interact with each other, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After the morning exercise, Yu Yingying approached Xianxia hesitantly. Xianxia was sitting under a tree, with a copy of Journey to the West in his hands. "Have you been feeling inexplicably anxious since last night, feeling very unsettled?" Xianxia asked calmly without looking up at her. Yu Yingying nodded hastily and said, "I've never felt like this before. I won't have to. If I have to become that, you can kill me in advance." Xianxia looked up at her in surprise. Yu Yingying thought he was questioning her and explained in a low voice, "The heavenly demon should not be so easy to perish. My suicide definitely wouldn't work. You are an enlightened monk, you know how to eliminate demons. I don't want to hurt others." Xianxia looked deeply at her and said, "Don't worry, in this lifetime, it is very hard for you to turn into a heavenly demon. The reason you're feeling this is probably because the natural enemy of the heavenly demons has arrived. He had also sensed the commotion from the night before. His cultivation realm was high, and his unease far surpassed Yu Yingying's, which was why he picked up journey to the west, to try and distract himself. Really? What is the natural enemy of the heavenly demons? What should I do? Yu Yingying asked eagerly. Xianxia lowered his head and said, do nothing, continue with your cultivation practice, and get used to it. Yu Yingying was stunned and could only walk away full of thoughts. On the other hand, Guan, who was patrolling Medicine Valley on Blood Prison Great Saint, heard the conversation between Yu Yingying and Xianxia. The natural enemy of heavenly demons? Guan took off Qing Tian Peak from his waist, then lifted it up, and sent his divine thought into it. Immediately after, he arrived inside an old temple. He was about to speak when a man in black appeared and asked, have you made up your mind? Guan shook his head, changing the subject to ask, do your heavenly demons have a natural enemy? The man in black frowned upon hearing this and asked warily, what do you mean? Since when do heavenly demons have a natural enemy? Guan then waved his sleeve, and an illusion appeared between them. The man in black's expression dramatically changed when he saw the dark red coffin. Seeing his reaction, Guan was not in a hurry, he waited for him to speak. The man in black's hands clenched into fists inside his sleeves. Taking a deep breath, he said through gritted teeth, he is coming for the great emperor, but his arrival will also bring disaster to great heaven and earth. The fact that he can enter indicates that Holy Court also plans to use him to eradicate the heavenly demons within the great heavenly spirit land. Who is he? Guan asked. His name is the Dark War Emperor. No one knows his origins. He once wreaked havoc in the silent destruction domain. I only know he comes from the ancient battle court, the man in black answered. Battle court? The forces established by Long Zhan? Guan kept his composure and further inquired, what is the origin of the battle court? The man in black looked at him before saying, the battle court is a legend of the silent destruction domain. Legend has it that there once was a force that ruled the great thousand world, standing at the peak of the immortal path. Whether it was destroyed or left is unknown, that's all I know. What is the Dao level of the Dark War Emperor? I don't know, but definitely very high, the man in black responded, shaking his head at the thought of the Dark War Emperor, making his scalp tingle. All of a sudden, Guan said, it seems now that I don't need to leave. I'll just wait for the Dark War Emperor to eliminate the heavenly demons, and the Holy Court will naturally ask him to leave, right? Upon hearing this, the man in black became panicked and said, the Dark War Emperor is unpredictable, extremely violent, and will surely bring calamity to mortal world peak. If he devours the great emperor's demon fetus, he might even start a war with the Holy Court. You won't be able to avoid trouble either. Hearing this, Guan wasn't alarmed, just stared at him steadily. The man in black gritted his teeth, suddenly knelt down, and said solemnly, please, elder, help the great emperor. As long as you can help with the birthing of the great emperor, our tribe will owe you a favor. Afterward, I will convey this matter back to my tribe, and you will gain our friendship. In the future, walking in the silent destruction domain will also mean having an ally. You're joking, what if he decides to attack me? Guan said coldly. The man in black looked up and explained, don't worry, he has forgotten his past life memories, he is undergoing his own reincarnation stage, which is when he is the weakest. Once he is born, he will be a new being. You can even take him as a disciple, and when he achieves the Tao in the future, he will definitely not forget your kindness. After listening, Guan fell into hesitation. If you don't do this, once the Dark War Emperor emerges, he will surely come after you. The moment the great emperor is born, he will undergo reincarnation baptism, hiding the causality of the heavenly demon, making it impossible for the Dark War Emperor to find him, the man in black urged urgently. As if the Dark War Emperor might come to kill at any second. Guan hesitated for a moment, then asked, how can I assist him? The man in black was elated and immediately imparted a miracle technique. Guan listened intently, memorizing it in one go. The man in black urged, "Act quickly, if the Dark War Emperor finds him, he can obstruct the Great Emperor's path to achieving the Tao. We must not let him succeed." Chapter 340, Projecting into the Past, the birth of Long Qing. Guan placed Qing Tian Peak down and hung it back on his belt. He didn't fully believe what the man in black had said, but he could judge that the miracle technique the man had imparted to him was free of hidden dangers. Taking advantage of the blood prison great saint carrying him on a patrol around Medicine Valley, he began to weigh the pros and cons. Upon careful consideration, he felt it was worth a try. The Dark Battle Emperor had just arrived and slaughtered the beings of one area. His cruelty and ferocity had to be guarded against. Even if he was related to the Holy Land, he couldn't be trusted. He would first see how the demon fetus would react once born. If worse came to worst, he would simply destroy it, even if it meant offending the heavenly demon. Guan made his decision. He did not set out right away. The Dark Battle Emperor had not yet emerged from his coffin, and Guan could sense that the presence within the coffin was growing stronger. He estimated that it wouldn't emerge for a little while. An hour later, Guan arrived at a cave at the foot of Dingtian Peak, undetected by gods or ghosts alike. He stood in front of the stone pillar, extending his divine thought into it, and saw that the demon fetus was still curled up, unchanged since decades ago. Guan immediately activated the lifespan barrier, enveloping the entire cave, and then applied the miracle technique taught by the man in black to the demon fetus. More and more black qi began to emerge from the surface of the stone pillar, and the heartbeat of the demon fetus within grew strong and powerful. Time passed, second by second. The birth of the demon fetus would not absorb nature's spiritual energy, which meant that the consumption of the lifespan barrier wasn't rapid, providing Guan with a bit of relief. Half an hour later, Guan moved the demon fetus out. It had shrunk to the size of an ordinary baby, still surrounded by demonic qi, but its form could not be completely concealed. Guan performed a lifespan detection on it. Long Qing, Energy Cultivation Realm 9 Layers 0/1000/9999, huh? Why does it have the surname Long? With the Dark Battle Emperor, who inherited the Battle Court's lineage, having just appeared, and now one with the surname Long, Guan couldn't help but wonder. He stared intently at the still unconscious Long Qing, probing the cause and effect within him. The cause and effect of Long Qing were complex, but Guan had inherited all memories of Long Zhan, who had also delved into the way of cause and effect. After a long while, Guan felt that Long Qing's soul had a deep connection with the soul of Long Xian, the son of Long Zhan, which meant it was very likely that Long Qing was a descendant of Long Xian. Long Zhan was born into the Long family, but the name Battle Court was chosen by Long Zhan himself. The ancestors of the Long family had not established the Battle Court. This confirmed that Long Qing was definitely a descendant of Long Zhan, who lived in the past, not the future. Reincarnation evolution could indeed project into the past. Was this predestined to happen, or did his decision change the past? Before his reincarnation evolution, the demon fetus was already hidden within Dingtian Peak. But it was only after his reincarnation evolution ended that he discovered the demon fetus, unclear if its identity had changed. Guan considered this a problem worth contemplating. Long Qing continued to absorb the innate demonic qi, rapidly reaching the Foundation establishment realm. This kid couldn't possibly have been born with a cultivation level of the immortal path like the immortal spirits of the immortal dynasty, could he? Guan guessed to himself, and in the time that followed, Long Qing's cultivation level quickly intensified, relying solely on the surrounding innate demonic qi and not consuming any spiritual energy. Time sped away. 3 ancient hours later. Long Qing's cultivation level surpassed the Mahayana realm, reaching the first layer of Nirvana realm, with his maximum lifespan metamorphosing to 999,999 years. Guan felt that if he were to come into the world, he would be sure to attract heavenly tribulation, and that would be troublesome. Once Long Qing's increase in cultivation ceased, Guan used the divine skills of Path of Returning Primordial Spirit to suppress Long Qing's cultivation, changing his aura to that of an ordinary person. For now, using the path of returning primordial spirit, he could also suppress the opposing party's cause and effect. Before the seal was lifted, not even the heavenly demon would be able to locate Long Qing. The demonic qi surrounding Long Qing completely dissipated, vanishing in an unfathomable manner. Long Qing slowly opened his eyes. They were big and sparkling, and his small hands remained clenched into fists. Upon seeing Guan, he broke into a smile, his little mouth opened, and he let out a giggling sound. For some reason, seeing the newly born Long Qing made Guan suddenly think of Long Xin's appearance when he was born. They were exactly alike. A smile appeared on Guan's face as he began to play with Long Qing. During this process, Guan once again experienced the feeling Long Zhan had when he faced his son for the first time. But the descendants of the battle court and the Long family arriving in the great heavenly spirit land seemed a little too coincidental. Guan silently stayed on guard, vowing to never reveal his true cultivation level to anyone around him, not now nor in the future. He had to keep up the act. In life, one must always keep something in reserve. Guan performed the stepping path of ages step and stepped outside the supreme sect, then lifted the lifespan barrier. He took robes from his storage bag and wrapped the little Long Qing in them. Sunlight poured down, causing little Long Qing to become even more excited, laughing non-stop, his small hands reaching around in a futile attempt to grab at things, for his arms were too short to reach anything. Luckily, the little fellow was not an ordinary baby, or else Guan would have had to consider feeding him milk. Guan, cradling him, walked to a nearby tree and sat down, continuing to amuse him. Bringing a child back all of a sudden was bound to attract attention, so Guan decided to wait until evening to return, so he could fabricate a reason. The woods were filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, and Guan listened to little Long Qing's laughter as his thoughts drifted away. Visions from his reincarnation evolution surfaced before his eyes. It was in the great hall of the battle court, with Long Zhan standing with his back to Long Xian atop the hall. Long Xian questioned him about why he had become so ruthless, but Long Zhan did not answer. "Father Emperor, I preferred you back when you took me hunting in the mountains. Though you were not invincible, you were more like a father." Long Xian left after uttering those words, and from that point on, father and son never saw each other again, until Long Zhan's downfall. Deep in thought, Guan couldn't help but be moved. He would take it as a lesson not to obsessively seek power. His current state was just fine, constantly increasing his strength while maintaining good relationships with those around him. Guan looked up at the sky beyond the woods. From here, the sky seemed truly high. At dawn, the disciples of the Third Medicine Valley had just finished their morning exercises, and an Xian turned her head and saw Guan walking down from the transmission array platform, carrying something in his arms. An Xian immediately approached, and some disciples who were close to Guan followed suit. When they saw that Guan was holding a baby, they exclaimed in surprise. "Master, where did this child come from? Wow, so cute, can I hold him? A boy or a girl? Master, what's his name? He's smiling at me." Faced with the disciples' inquiries, Guan said that the male infant was one he had found in the forest and that he was unable to find its parents, so he had no choice but to bring him back to raise. The disciples didn't question it because their master indeed had such kindness. An Xian in particular thought of herself, her eyes reddening slightly, her gaze towards Long Qing growing even closer. However, Guan did not let them hold him but carried Long Qing back to his own attic. Arriving in front of the attic, Ji Xiaoyu came out of her room to his side, curiously looking at the child in his arms. "He looks quite a bit like you," Ji Xiaoyu blurted out inexplicably, her eyes full of insinuation. Guan replied, displeased, "You don't think this is a child someone secretly bore for me, do you?" Ji Xiaoyu smiled and did not continue the conversation. Guan couldn't be bothered with her any longer and carried Long Qing upstairs. In the distance, Shen Xinzi calculated Long Qing's fate with his fingers and found that it was consistent with what Guan had said, so he did not take it to heart. Though the disciples were curious about Long Qing, they did not pay too much attention, but they noticed that, in the following days, Guan carried Long Qing wherever he went, prompting them to wonder. Months passed. Autumn arrived. The deep red coffin harboring the Dark Battle Emperor had still not opened, but many cultivators had gathered on the desolate continent, even setting up a large array near the coffin. One day, Yilan brought Zhenqin to visit Guan. Upon seeing a baby in Guan's arms, the two women were shocked, and Yilan breathed a sigh of relief when she learned that the baby was not Guan's child. "It's rare to see a child with such fate, so I brought him back. I'll accept him as a disciple from now on," Guan said cheerfully. Zhenqin held Long Qing, finding the little one adorable, and asked, "Master, have you named him?" Guan replied, "Yes, his name is Long Qing. There was a clear stream beside him when I found him, and his eyes are clear like it, hence the name Qing." "And the surname Long?" Zhenqin inquired further. Guan smiled and said, "Take a look at his back." Zhenqin instinctively opened the swaddling clothes around Long Qing, seeing mysterious black patterns on his back that, at a glance, resembled a black dragon. "It seems this little fellow's background is not simple," Zhenqin remarked with amazement. Yilan also saw it and completely relaxed, smiling as she took Long Qing in her arms. "This matter should not be spread. Since he has been abandoned, let him stay away from strife and live peacefully in Medicine Valley. The mark on his back can be considered my doing," Guan instructed. The two women nodded, agreeing and praising him for his thorough consideration. After staying in the Third Medicine Valley for 3 days, the women left. Their subsect was busy with tasks that required them to be away, and they would not meet again for several years. By the age of half a year, Long Qing could walk. By 1 year, he began to babble. Dressed in fine clothes, he became the joy of Medicine Valley. A year had passed since the deep red coffin arrived in the great heavenly spirit land, and there was still no movement, but its presence had become widely known. The various sects labeled it an evil object from outer heaven, and even the mortal world peak was abuzz with discussions. This year, during the summer, Guan sat in the attic and picked up Qingtian Peak, extending his divine thought into it to enter the ruined temple. As soon as he entered the temple, the man in black appeared, anxiously asking, "Why did you only come now? Where's the emperor?" Guan took a deep breath and said, "It failed. I was just about to use the miracle technique you taught me when he escaped. I couldn't catch up, and now I have no idea where he's gone." The man in black's face changed dramatically, his body trembling uncontrollably. "The good news is that the Dark Battle Emperor hasn't emerged from his coffin. It's been a year, why no movement?" Guan asked with a frown. Hearing this, the man in black's face relaxed slightly. After pondering, he said, "He might be preparing for something. Ancestor, could you release me? I must go in search of the emperor." Guan shook his head. "Sorry, I can't fully trust you. I'll release you after 10,000 years, once we get through this calamity." 10,000 years? The man in black nearly burst into curses, but thinking of the profound and inscrutable Tao level of the other party, he could only suppress his emotions. What good was the whereabouts of the emperor if his own life was at stake? Chapter 341 Reincarnation Tribulation. The man in black ultimately chose to compromise, for he believed that Guan should be trustworthy. After all, he was completely powerless to resist, and there was no point in Guan deceiving him. After dealing with the man in black, Guan set down Qingtian Peak. He lifted his gaze and saw through the walls that 1-year-old Long Qing was chasing after the white spirit rat, which slowed down for fear that the child couldn't keep up. It was rare to see the white spirit rat so gentle, which brought a smile to Guan's face. No longer contemplating what the reincarnation evolution truly entailed, Guan's focus was solely on becoming stronger. These reincarnated identities wouldn't help him survive better. In this world, there were holy courts and immortal dynasties. Outside the world, there were realms like the Silent Destruction Domain and beings like the Annihilation God Emperor and the Black Profound Emperor watching him, not to mention countless great heaven and earth. His journey was still long. Long Zhan had been too arrogant and was crushed to death by the Annihilation God Emperor. Guan planned to quietly surpass the 9 heavens of immortal path in the universe where the great heavenly spirit land was located. He deliberately overestimated the capabilities of the Black Profound Emperor and the Annihilation God Emperor to better confront and potentially defeat them if they became enemies in the future. Guan collected himself, even eliminating the animosity towards the Black Profound Emperor and keeping the past hidden deep within his heart. He was Guan was the true him. Guan picked up a brush, intending to write and express his emotions. Miles of clear skies stretched overhead, and a large gathering of cultivators crowded a barren plain. They surrounded a massive pit over 100 miles in diameter, atop whose edge they constructed towering stages, each brandishing an imposing iron tower. Baizia stood on the edge of the massive pit, gazing at a deep red coffin from afar, a worried expression filling his eyes. "Have you seen it in the Silent Destruction Domain?" a voice called out, and Fu Shenxiu stepped beside Baizia. After paying his respects, Baizia turned and said, "I haven't seen it, but its aura feels very dangerous." "I have seen it," Fu Shenxiu said calmly, his gaze fixed on the deep red coffin. Baizia looked at him in surprise, only to hear him continue, "Wherever this evil coffin appears, heavenly demons retreat, leaving nothing but remains. Even the heavenly demons fear whatever resides within it. I've heard that beings surpassing the carefree primordial immortal realm would turn to ash just by approaching it. Beyond the carefree primordial immortal?" This filled Baizia with even more fear. As a heaven and earth flying immortal, he already regarded the carefree primordial immortal as a symbol of freedom. How could beings even stronger than carefree primordials succumb to this evil coffin? He instinctively thought of Meng Lang and shuddered at the thought of him turning to dust upon nearing the evil coffin. As Fu Shenxiu continued his story, Baizia listened intently, and they were not the only ones. Other sects had people recounting their experiences in the Silent Destruction Domain. Atop a grand pavilion, a man in white robes stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze quietly fixed on the deep red coffin, his eyes deep with thought. Suddenly, a man clad in golden armor appeared beside him, bowing and whispering, "Holy King, the higher-ups have instructed you not to take action and to wait for the Dark War Emperor to awaken." Hearing this, the man in white robes narrowed his eyes, lost in thought and not replying. The man in golden armor spoke again in a low tone, "Holy King, something about this doesn't feel right. While the heavenly demons bring trouble to the mortal world from time to time, Shengtian never acted like this when he was here. Didn't Shengtian always say that anything from outer heaven is an enemy? Since when do we ask enemies for help?" He wasn't concerned about being overheard. The many restrictions within the pavilion would prevent high-level eavesdropping. Remaining expressionless, the man in white replied, "It is now the era of the Holy Minister, and it will be for a long time. If you wish to have a foothold in the Holy Court, you must learn to feign ignorance." The man in golden armor appeared angry as he clenched his teeth and asked, "Where has Shengtian gone to, and why does he trust the Holy Minister so much?" The man in white robes spoke calmly, "Reincarnation tribulation is a path every mighty individual must tread. Shengtian has already delayed it for far too long. What might happen if we wait any longer, nobody knows." Reincarnation tribulation? Has Shengtian reincarnated? The man in golden armor furrowed his brows. Shaking his head, the man in white robes replied, "Your realm is not high enough to understand. Don't ask too much. All you need to know is this: if the Holy Court truly faces an existential crisis, Shengtian will surely return. Until then, let the Holy Minister make a fuss. The greater the uproar, the better it might be for us. Don't forget that the Holy God is also unsatisfied with the Holy Minister." The man in golden armor's expression fluctuated before he bowed and took his leave. The long hair of the man in white robes fluttered gently in the breeze as he continued to watch the deep red coffin silently. The summer day was blisteringly hot. Guan, riding on the Blood Prison Great Saint, was heading towards the third Medicine Valley, looking into the distance. A Dao Void mysterious immortal had appeared near the deep red coffin. This was the first time Guan had sensed the aura of a Dao Void mysterious immortal. He guessed the individual was from the Holy Court. With so many forces converging but taking no action, Guan didn't know how to discern good from evil. Regardless, the appearance of the deep red coffin caused the deaths of all beings on a continent. In his previous life, it would have been equivalent to destroying all life on Earth. Even so, the Holy Court remained motionless. Perhaps to the Holy Court, the threat of the heavenly demon was greater, a consideration for the long term. But for the innocents involved, wasn't it also a tragedy? Master, what do you think of that kid Long Qing? He seems pretty clever to me, inquired the Blood Prison Great Saint, drawing Guan's thoughts back to reality. It wasn't foolish to think so. Why would the master casually take in an orphan unless the child was no ordinary one? Perhaps even more exceptional than Yang Jian. Guan replied, quite ordinary. He'll hardly achieve anything significant in his lifetime. The Blood Prison Great Saint paused, then laughed. Master, you're kidding with me, right? You'll see in time, Guan said with a soft laugh. Unable to resist, the Blood Prison Great Saint asked further, then why did you take him in? Because I liked him. Do you think I need Yang Jian to repay me for anything? Guan said casually. It made sense to the Blood Prison Great Saint. After all, Guan wasn't only good to Yang Jian, all the disciples in the valley received favorable treatment from him. In Guan's own words, do good deeds without asking about the future. That too. Leading a plain life isn't necessarily bad, agreed the Blood Prison Great Saint, though he secretly believed Long Qing would certainly make something of himself, it was only a matter of time. As Guan walked into the valley, he saw a group of female disciples surrounding Long Qing, passing him around happily until the atmosphere became even more cheerful. When someone spotted the Blood Prison Great Saint, they exchanged a few words and quickly dispersed, leaving Long Qing in the arms of one of the girls, who hurried towards an Xian, looking lost. Guan, come for a game of Go. The voice of the Nine-Finger Divine Lord suddenly rang out, and Guan sent the Blood Prison Great Saint over. After a while, when Guan sat at the Go board, the Nine-Finger Divine Lord, with a chuckle, asked, Guan, what's the backstory of that little guy called Long Qing? He had tried to discern Long Qing's fate but came up with nothing. Considering what had happened with Yang Jian, he couldn't help but feel that Long Qing had some significant background. Guan picked up a Go stone and replied with a smile, how should I know? I truly found him in the mountains. Do you like him? Why don't you take him as a disciple? After hearing this, the Nine-Finger Divine Lord laughed and said, let's not. I've already taken away one of your disciples, I can't be that greedy. Seeing him reluctant to make a move, Guan played first, causing the Nine-Finger Divine Lord to twitch at the corner of his mouth and quickly pick up the white stones from the table, saying, our rules here, black plays first. Don't you know the rules? With that, he made his move. Guan smiled and followed suit, then asked about Chu Jingfeng's situation. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord had settled Chu Jingfeng overseas while staying at the Supreme Sect himself, making Guan unsure of what to make of his actions. Half an hour later, Guan stood and departed. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord stared at the Go board, frowning. Where exactly is the problem? He muttered to himself. No one offered him an answer. His loss didn't surprise the surrounding players, his winning would have been the real shock. Guan was in a good mood, looking forward to harvesting high-rank medicinal herbs in the Outer World Cave the next day, a move that could increase his lifespan by tens of millions of years. He decided not to initiate lifespan samsara before his next breakthrough. Forget that, before filling up a lifespan of 1 billion years. Otherwise, descendants might appear before his eyes again, and he couldn't bear to ignore them. The sun set, and the moon rose. The next morning, Guan left Long Qing with Yu Yingying and departed Medicine Valley alone. Yu Yingying adored Long Qing, though she couldn't explain why since she usually despised children. By evening, Guan returned. He hummed a tune along the way, clearly delighted. Today, he had harvested over 65 million years of lifespan. It was exhilarating. The outer world cave was his key investment project. Periodically, he would inject more high-rank medicinal herbs into the grotto. Along the path, Guan greeted every passing disciple, leaving them pleasantly surprised. He made his way to Yu Yingying's courtyard and took away Long Qing. "Hey, I want to ask you something." Yu Yingying stopped Guan. He gave her a look, not hey. Rolling her eyes, she said, "Lately, I've been feeling restless, like I might bring trouble to Medicine Valley. Should I leave?" Guan looked at her, astonished. "If you want to leave, leave. Why ask me?" Yu Yingying was livid, ready to pinch him, but he deftly dodged. "I'm leaving tomorrow." She turned and walked toward her house. Guan called out, "Hey, if you're really worried about causing trouble, why fret? Don't forget who holds the fort at the Supreme Sect." Yu Yingying turned to look at Guan, the anger in her eyes gradually fading. Hesitantly, she said, "Wouldn't that be inappropriate?" Guan spoke righteously. "The entire Supreme Sect is under the protection of Sword Venerable Fudao. There's nothing wrong with that. If you feel bad about it, later you can take care of Qing for me. He really likes you." Caught in hesitation, Yu Yingying lingered in thought, while Guan said no more and turned to leave. Taking advantage of Long Qing's youth, he wanted to hold him more, as the child would be less cuddly when older. As for Yu Yingying's concerns, he paid them no mind. Many heavenly demons roamed the world. They would deal with the Dark War Emperor when he emerged from the coffin. From the current aura, the Dark War Emperor was still very distant from becoming a divine thought true immortal. Considering this rate of improvement, it would take him thousands of years to reach the level of a divine thought true immortal, right? Chapter 342, Shelter from the Wind and the Rain. Eradicate the heavenly demon. Time flew like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, Long Qing was already 5 years old. Guan stood in front of the window, looking at Long Qing riding the blood prison great saint in pursuit of a white spirit rat, his lips lifting slightly into a smile. Such days were truly wonderful. Regrettably, peace was about to be shattered soon. Guan could feel the deep red coffin trembling, alarming the nearby sects, which promptly arranged their defenses. The Dark War Emperor was about to emerge. The Dark War Emperor, inheritor of the Battle Court legacy, was set on hunting the descendants of the Battle Court's creator. This sparked many speculations in Guan. After all, he had no fondness for the Dark War Emperor, who, from the very start, slaughtered everything in his path. Should he dare come to the Taitsong continent, he would find no courtesy from Guan. As the reputation of Sword Venerable Fudao grew ever more resounding, certainly the Holy Court would not dare to confront him directly. The great Nether Saint King had been rather restrained lately, as if putting aside past grievances, not daring to plot against Guan any longer. Guan watched the distance for a while before heading downstairs. Just as he descended the stairs, streaks of blood-like light manifested in the sky, a chilling sight. The disciples in the valley also noticed this scene, discussing among themselves. However, they were not panicked. In their hearts, the Supreme Sect was the safest place. Ji Xiaoyu approached Guan and whispered, "I've seen such a sight in my dreams." Guan was not surprised, given that the Reincarnation Path Emperor had ventured into the silent destruction domain. Following her lead, Guan asked, "For what reason? What is going to happen?" Ji Xiaoyu looked up at the sky and said, "I'm not sure, but after such an omen appears, a massacre will follow." Guan shivered, anxiously asking, "There isn't going to be another catastrophe, is there? I've only lived for a little over 300 years, and I've already encountered so many once-in-millennium disasters. Is the Almighty picking on me?" Ji Xiaoyu glanced at him and said, "What catastrophes have you experienced? I've never seen you fight. With Sword Venerable Fudao and the Supreme Sect shielding you, what do you have to fear? You just need to sit back and enjoy the show." Huh, who's really shielding whom? If I told you, it would scare you to death. That's what Guan thought, but he relaxed his expression and, patting his chest, said, "You have a point. Why should I worry? When immortals clash, what concern is it of mere mortals?" Ji Xiaoyu was amused by his actions and asked with a smile, "I could teach you some spells, would you like to learn?" "Forget it, you know I don't like to engage in combat." "Really? Then why do you enjoy sparring with disciples?" "That's mentoring, okay? How could there be any danger when a higher realm battles a lower realm? Be careful, someday you might encounter an unparalleled genius who will make you lose face." "An unparalleled genius in Medicine Valley? What about Yang Jian? His cultivation level isn't increasing that fast." As they talked, their conversation turned into bickering. As Ji Xiaoyu's worry dissipated during the chat, she spoke of the omen because she felt uneasy and needed to express her feelings. Talking with Guan always helped her to relax. While the two were laughing and talking, on the other side of the distant land, a terrifying demonic chi burst into the sky, originating from the deep red coffin beyond the outer heaven. The deep red coffin stood upright, the body shaking violently. The formations at the edge of the pit had been activated, forming a semi-transparent barrier enclosing the pit. Even with the formations in place, the cultivators outside were terrified. The weakest among them was a loose immortal, and facing the aura seeping from the red coffin, they felt like they were facing their doom, wishing they could flee immediately. Crack! Suddenly, the lid of the coffin flew open, and a pale, rotting hand reached out, grabbing onto the edge of the coffin. With a bang, the lid sprang open, black gas surged out, quickly spreading and forming a thick fog. Heavy breaths could be heard from within the black mist, sending chills down the spines of most cultivators. "Is this the great heavenly spirit land?" A hoarse voice emerged, each word fell heavy on the hearts of the cultivators. A white-robed man from Holy Court said, "Yes, we ask that you eradicate the heavenly demons of mortal world and not harm innocent beings." His voice was loud, clear for everyone to hear. Sects from all sides were shocked. A holy king from Holy Court knew the creature inside the coffin? Eradicate the heavenly demons of mortal world? Many cultivators' expressions changed, such as those from Mortal World Peak, whose sect had dealt with heavenly demons before. They worried about the Holy Court using this as an excuse to suppress them. The actions of Holy Court always needed the backing of the common people. Anyone or any power that became an enemy of the populace would find no mercy from Holy Court. Eradicate the heavenly demons? Heh! The hoarse voice laughed, sending shivers up everyone's spine. Boom! A terrifying force exploded from within the pit in an instant, forcefully dispersing the formations and sending cultivators flying in all directions. The white-robed man stood in mid-air, unmoved, while carefree primordial immortals used their mana to resist in every direction. Further away were heaven and earth flying immortals, with the weakest loose immortals blown clear off the continent. "I'll help you clear out the heavenly demons, but after that, I must feast to my heart's content." The hoarse voice was filled with a will to kill. The white-robed man remained impassive. The great cultivators from various sects were frightened and turned to look at him, wondering about Holy Court's stance. However, after a moment of silence, the white-robed man uttered just one word. "Good." That word caused all great cultivators' faces to drastically change, looking at him in disbelief. In Supreme Sect, the Third Medicine Valley. Truly terrifying. Guan, sensing the aura of the Dark War Emperor, thought this to himself. The Dark War Emperor had already reached the aura of a Dao Void mysterious immortal, and the entire great heavenly spirit land could feel his terrifying presence. The Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court remained unmoved, while sects throughout the world began to stir, with many directly activating their defenses in anticipation. Guan's gaze turned to Immortal-seeking Island. The movements on the island were swift, they had already started forming their defenses. This aura, Ji Xiaoyu, standing beside Guan, furrowed her brows, her face revealing concern. Guan kept silent and walked towards Long Qing. Suddenly, the dreadful pressure that had descended caused Long Qing to cry out in fear, with Yu Yingying unable to console him. Under a tree, Xianxia put down his book, his gaze towards the horizon where the sky was filled with blood-red light, causing his mind to race even more. He felt like disaster was imminent. "What in the world is it?" Xianxia murmured, frowning. As Guan approached Long Qing, he felt the aura of the Dark War Emperor shift to another location, followed by the complete disappearance of the vibrant life force of that land. With the Dark War Emperor's aura enhanced, though the increase was not significant, his actions still caused Guan to frown. What infuriated him most was that Holy Court actually allowed such recklessness. He was very disappointed in Holy Court. "Master." Upon seeing Guan, Long Qing immediately threw himself into Guan's embrace. Guan patted his back and picked him up, whispering comfortingly, "Don't be afraid, your master is here." For some reason, as Guan drew near, Yu Yingying's panic unexpectedly lessened, prompting her to instinctively lean towards Guan. Guan looked at the pale-faced Yu Yingying and asked, "Are you okay?" Yu Yingying stood beside him, gripping his sleeves tightly and shaking her head slightly. At that moment, Guan sensed a great influx of forces entering the Taitsong continent, their cultivation levels uneven, with the strongest being merely of the mystic heart realm. Such cultivation was not worthy of his concern, yet it coincided with this critical juncture. Chapter 343, Darkness Strikes. The Moment of Despair. On the edge of the Taitsong continent, dozens of ragged people were heading toward the forest on a beach. A young girl was supporting her elderly grandfather, her eyes filled with terror as she looked up at the blood-light phenomenon in the sky. "Grandpa, they let us come here, could there be any scheme?" the girl asked cautiously, her face smeared with dirt, but it couldn't hide her bright eyes. Her grandfather shuffled forward weakly and said breathlessly, "Things will get better." Not only them, but other people nearby were also worried and hopeful. Across the edge of the continent, many such people were moving toward the interior of the continent. Those with higher cultivation levels disappeared quickly, while those with lower cultivation levels could only proceed on foot. Guan took in these scenes. With his divine sense he could tell these people were all reincarnated demons, their soul origins shared the same karma as Yu Yingying and Xianxia. These people all came through teleportation arrays, and as soon as they arrived, the arrays quickly disappeared. Guan probed their karma, gaining some information. Heavenly Prison. These people were from Heavenly Prison. They also didn't know why they were driven here by the authorities of Heavenly Prison. Although the karma and chi fortune of Heavenly Prison weren't connected to the Holy Court, Guan knew without thinking that it had something to do with the great Nether Saint King. After all, his enemies were few, and only the great Nether Saint King had the means to do such a thing. Sending so many reincarnated demons, wasn't it just to attract the Dark Emperor of War? Guan disdained such tactics, but it was good in a way. If it could lure the Dark Emperor of War to come earlier, it would reduce the loss of life, and Sword Venerable Fudao would have a legitimate reason to act. "Master, what exactly is that in the sky?" Long Qing looked up, his little face filled with fear. Anyone seeing him would have a hard time associating him with the great emperor of the silent destruction domain. Guan patted his head and comforted softly, "It's nothing, maybe it's going to rain." "Didn't you say you'd be a man after turning 5, how can you still cry?" Hearing this, Long Qing quickly wiped away his tears, clenched his little fists, and said, "I'm not crying. I just got sand in my eyes." Yu Yingying next to them was also amused by his words, lightening the tense atmosphere. Guan put Long Qing down and then looked at Yu Yingying with a smile and asked, "You're not going to keep holding on to me, are you?" At this, Yu Yingying promptly let go of her hands and blushed, scoffing, "Pa, who wants to hold on to you? Really? Just now, someone almost ripped off my sleeve." "Humph, that was an accident." While the two were bantering, the protective formation of the Supreme Sect was activated, a majestic light rose in the distance, and figures of cultivators flew over the Third Medicine Valley. The Supreme Sect quickly entered a state of readiness for battle. The nine-finger Divine Lord stood up, looked into the distance and said, "Trouble again, it seems we can't finish this game of chess today." The old cultivator sitting opposite him took a deep breath, about to say something, when the nine-finger Divine Lord suddenly disappeared. Xianxia under a distant tree also stood up and vanished in place. Below the rolling thunderclouds, the land was engulfed in blazing flames, akin to a mortal world hell. A figure strode through the fire, dressed in worn black battle armor, with curly black hair, his hands and feet festering and bubbling with blood, his slightly hunched back visible under his disheveled hair, and his terrifying face revealed beneath the tangled locks. His face was festering too, only his eyes intact, his lips were gone, revealing a frightening mouthful of teeth. He was the Dark Emperor of War. He advanced while exhaling turbid breath. His gaze turned to the distance, only to see a man in white robes suspended in the sky looking at him. He glanced and then withdrew his gaze. He stopped, straightened his body, as if sniffing at something. Then, he suddenly turned his head toward a direction and vanished from the spot. The next second, he appeared under the blue sky and dove down through layers of cloud sea, scattering clouds for thousands of miles with an unstoppable force, crashing toward the ground. Boom! Terrifying flashes of fire lit up the world, with a destructive force erupting from a point on the continent, sweeping in all directions. The green mountains and rivers turned charred black in its wake. Countless lives were extinguished in an instant. "That's enough." The voice of the man in white echoed, laden with an oppressive tone. Following that, the evil laughter of the Dark Emperor of War rang out, adding a layer of horror to the shattered world. Simultaneously, inside the Third Medicine Valley, Guan felt a divine sense sweep over, surpassing the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. It must be the divine sense of the Dark Emperor of War. As expected, the Dark Emperor of War was still attracted by the karma of the demons on this land. Guan walked toward the transmission array platform. "Where are you going?" Ji Xiaoyu's voice reached Guan's ears as he turned around to see her watching him from a distance. He replied using the sound transmission skill, "I'm going to Mystic Valley to take a look. There's no need to worry about me with so many people here." After hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu could only nod, then watched him leave. Guan passed through the teleportation array to Mystic Valley, where Lu Jiujia gathered his disciples, all discussing the sudden terrible phenomenon. "Master has arrived!" A disciple exclaimed in surprise. Everyone turned, showing faces of relief. The Dark Emperor of War's oppression was bone-chilling, and the disciples couldn't help worrying about what would come next. Seeing Guan gave them more peace of mind. Guan walked toward his disciples, and, at the same time, he felt Nine-Finger Divine Lord locking his divine sense on him. It seems the Nine-Finger Divine Lord suspected him to be related to Sword Venerable Fudao. Interesting. Just then, living beings across the Taizong continent suddenly felt suffocated. Regardless of their cultivation level, they all had this sensation. But this feeling was momentary, gone in a flash. "What's going on?" Zhua Yijian was standing by the heaven-cutting axe, looking at the sky with furrowed brows. Not only him, but everyone at the heavenly repair platform was taken aback, unsure what had happened, yet the sensation they felt was undoubtedly real. The entire Taizong continent was enveloped in panic. Beneath the sky, the Dark Emperor of War appeared in the air, with the vast ocean below. He looked toward the distant continent, frowning. The continent before him was Taizong continent. As he approached Taizong continent, he felt a powerful force blocking his momentum, forcing him to stop. That land hid individuals with great power. With so many heavenly demon auras, the beings on this continent should have nothing to do with the Holy Court. The Dark Emperor of War's eyes flickered. He raised his right hand, and waves of demonic chi surged out, quickly covering the sky and rolling toward Taizong continent. People of the continent saw dark clouds approaching from the horizon, and before they could ponder further, daylight turned to night. What's happening? Why has the day suddenly turned dark? Did you guys feel your heart stop beating just now? What in the world is going on? Could the great cold demon sect be attacking again? Could it be that some terrifying demon has appeared? Disciples of Mystic Valley were abuzz with speculation. Gu An's face was stern, unable to tell the disciples the reason. He could only ask them to have faith in the supreme sect. After the continent was covered by dark clouds, the pressure of the Dark Emperor of War intensified, leaving the living beings full of fear and unease. Standing in front of a wooden railing, Ji Xiaoyu was somewhat dazed. She seemed to see a dark figure approaching her, each step filled with oppressive might, stepping on her heart. Not just her, but all beings on the continent were pulled into this eerie state. Inside the palace, Li Xiandao sat on the throne, also in a daze. The courtiers around him lost their color, and he saw a figure approaching from outside the hall, like the Grim Reaper drawing near. The courtiers all went pale, falling into an eerie silence. Whether in temples, buildings, grand halls, caves, forests, no matter the location, whether they could see the sky or not, all living beings were dragged into an indescribable eerie state. Those who were reincarnated demons felt it more deeply, like Yu Yingying. She saw the true face of the Dark Emperor of War, the grotesque and terrifying visage assaulting her eyes. She wanted to scream for help, but no sound emerged. She wasn't even able to move. She seemed to be waiting for death. Even Xianxia, a wandering immortal of the 9 layers, found himself in the same predicament. Facing the advancing Dark Emperor of War, Xianxia gritted his teeth, his heart filled with both panic and unease. He couldn't understand the opponent's divine skills, nor accept his fate. In reality, the Dark Emperor of War, with his right arm raised, showed a maniacal and cruel smile. Gushing demonic chi flowed from his palm, forming a cloud cover that blotted out the heavens. Then, he condensed a black spear in his palm, its surface swirled with mysterious Dao patterns which exuded a repressive and ominous aura. Let this emperor test your capabilities. The Dark Emperor of War licked his teeth, his hoarse voice permeated with boundless murderous intent. Suddenly, he looked up sharply. As bright light swelled among the rolling dark clouds, his face changed slightly, and gripping the spear tightly, he burst with momentum that shook heaven and earth. The sea below suddenly collapsed, a magnificent sight. He channeled all his mana into the spear in his hand, which burst forth with black flames, countless wronged souls emerging, desperately trying to climb out and break free, but utterly unable to do so. From outer heaven, the eyes of mysterious beings in each of the 7 suns opened, all looking toward the great heavenly spirit land. Viewed from outer heaven, a radiant and beautiful great heaven and earth showed a black dot that was swiftly growing. Inside the 3rd Medicine Valley, Ji Xiaoyu suddenly fell into the eerie state of a reincarnated demon as well, clearly seeing the true face of the Dark Emperor of War as he stepped over the medicine garden and approached her. This scene, she had seen it in her dreams numerous times, but facing it in person, the feelings were completely different. Irrepressible fear and despair enveloped her heart. She struggled to drive away these emotions but to no avail. Damn it, Ji Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, a red Dao pattern between her brows quickly stretched, swirling flames. She was invoking the power of the primordial Daoist talisman. Just then, a brilliant light burst behind her, dispelling the darkness in her vision. She instinctively looked back, catching a glimpse of a figure in the corner of her eye, and her pupils dilated. It was a sword shadow. A sword shadow gleaming with silver light. Countless lightning bolts intertwined upon the sword, molding its form. Ji Xiaoyu had never seen such a sword, as if it had traversed the river of time from ancient epochs. Wherever the sword edge passed, darkness shattered. At this moment, not only her but all the desperate beings on the continent saw such a sword. Chapter 344, Eternal Boundless Divine Sword. When the sentient beings of the continent trapped in terrible illusion saw a mysterious sword shadow, in reality, the Dark Emperor also spotted that sword shadow. The sword shadow faced by the Dark Emperor was even more majestic and overwhelming. The dark clouds that obscured the sun were filled with sword light, the thunder clouds parted, and a massive silver blade pierced through the clouds, as if an unimaginably colossal deity was swinging a sword from beyond the heavens. The part of the blade exceeding the clouds was larger than mountains. Faced with such a gigantic sword, the Dark Emperor, with a rifle in both hands, seemed so insignificant. After a brief moment of astonishment, a crazed expression appeared on his face. How domineering the sword intent is. I didn't expect someone in this world to achieve such a level in the sword Dao. The Dark Emperor said with a laugh, his voice as loud as thunder. His momentum skyrocketed, and his rifle burst out with terrifying black flames. As soon as his words ended, he gripped the rifle with both hands and thrust forward violently. With that thrust, the clouds in the sky instantly burst apart, and the gigantic and mysterious sword shadow was completely revealed. It was a sword shadow larger than any mountain range in the world, its hilt seeming to be housed in the outer universe, delivering a strong visual impact. Boom! The violent black flame, like a sea dragon, collided with the shocking sword shadow, and almost instantly, the sentient beings on the continent awoke. Before their eyes was a mysterious sword shadow tearing apart illusions, pulling them back to reality. They instinctively looked up, and then saw a scene they would never forget in their lifetimes. A silver sword shadow floated in the sky, of unimaginable vastness, indescribably colossal. In Mystic Valley, Guan and his disciples looked up at the sword shadow in the sky together. The eternal boundless divine sword. This was the enhancement from the boundless sword of suppressing the stars. This was also the first time Guan used this swordsmanship. Standing among his disciples, his face showed a shocked expression, making it difficult to associate him with the sword shadow in the sky. The divine sense of the nine-finger divine lord had disappeared, evidently also diverted by the scene above. With a focused gaze, Guan caused the eternal boundless divine sword to burst out with dazzling light, overshadowing all things under heaven and earth. Then, with an unstoppable force, it dispelled the black flames and attacked the Dark Emperor. The Dark Emperor's face drastically changed. He used his divine skills at that moment, his body transformed into black mist, the eternal boundless divine sword rolled over, the black mist dissipating, gone in an exceedingly short time. Outer heaven. Within the dim starry sky, the Dark Emperor appeared out of thin air. He turned to look toward the distant great heavenly spirit land, his face showing an expression of fright. This sword intent actually contains powerful causality forces. The Dark Emperor was secretly shocked. Thankfully he possessed profound divine skills, breaking free from the suppression of the sword intent in an instant, escaping to the universe. He suddenly realized something, and instinctively looked up, his eyes bulging. He saw the eternal boundless divine sword appearing right above him, rapidly descending toward him. In fear, he hurriedly used his divine skills again, but wherever he went, as long as he looked up, he could see the eternal boundless divine sword, each teleportation bringing it closer to him. The Dark Emperor felt the despair that the sentient beings of Taizong continent had felt earlier, but even more intensely. It was like an inescapable destiny. Meanwhile, in the eyes of the continent's sentient beings, the eternal boundless divine sword mysteriously disappeared, but fierce winds kicked up, the forests swayed like waves, and the mortal spirits raised their hands to cover their faces. After the tumult subsided, the sentient beings looked up, only to see the phenomenon of blood light in the sky dispersing. At first glance, it appeared as if dusk was setting. After a brief silence in Mystic Valley, the disciples cheered in unison. The entire supreme sect was like a pot exploding, the roaring noise trembled the heavens. Was that sword just now? Wasn't I dreaming? How vast was that sword intent? The sword Dao can actually reach such levels. Did you see a black shadow? I seem to have been dragged into the illusion realm just now, then I saw a sword save me. I saw that too, I felt the same way. It must be sword Venerable Fudao. Only he could possess such sword intent. He has saved us once again. Disciples from various cities of the Supreme Sect were all greatly exhilarated. The divine skills of the Dark Emperor made everyone feel his terror, and because of this, they were amazed and surprised by the power of sword Venerable Fudao. Just the spectacular sword shadow that appeared earlier was enough to overturn the sentient being's understanding of the sword Dao. Just how strong was Sword Venerable Fu Dao? How far does the end of the sword Dao reach? Guan also excitedly discussed with his disciples until a prompt appeared before him. You have successfully seized 207,632 years of lifespan from the Dark Emperor, Dao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm Second Layer. Guan could seize 1 to 2% of an enemy's lifespan, signifying the Dark Emperor still had over 2 million years of lifespan. How long could a Void Mysterious Immortal live his maximum? Guan felt pleased. The first time he deployed the Eternal Boundless Divine Sword, the effect was satisfactory. This also proved the results of reincarnation evolution. He comprehended the rule forces, then condensed his own rule forces, injecting them into his divine skills, making them more mysterious. Once the Eternal Boundless Divine Sword was unleashed, it locked onto the Dark Emperor's causal aura. Wherever he fled, the Eternal Boundless Divine Sword would follow, unless the Dark Emperor could dissipate the causality. Unfortunately, in such a short period, even if the Dark Emperor had means to dissipate causality, it was too late to discern the reasons. Guan could sense that there was another Dao Void Mysterious Immortal watching from afar. He chose not to direct his gaze there. Soon, that mysterious immortal left. After instructing the disciples of Mystic Valley with a few words, Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley, where it was bustling with excitement as everyone excitedly discussed the recent spectacle. Guan stepped down from the transmission array platform and saw Xianxia in the distance, gazing blankly at the sky, lost in thought. Yu Yingying, holding Long Qing, walked over quickly. She approached Guan, excitedly saying, "Did you see just now? Sword Venerable Fu Dao's sword Dao is unbelievable. That sword felt like it flew in from beyond the heavens." She grew more excited as she spoke, becoming even incoherent toward the end. Long Qing spread his arms, gesturing how immense the heavenly sword was earlier. Guan also acted very excited, even describing the sensations he experienced while in the illusion realm. However, he was pondering another matter in his mind. That was about Heavenly Prison. The reason the Dark Emperor came here was because the people of Heavenly Prison released heavenly demons into Taicang continent. This matter was unlikely to end here. I wonder what the origin of that dark shadow just now was. Will he come again? I hope Sword Venerable Fu Dao has already annihilated him. Yu Yingying spoke anxiously, and Guan could only comfort her by trusting Sword Venerable Fu Dao. He was also unclear about the origins of the Dark Emperor, but could be sure that the Dark Emperor had no blood relations with the Long family, no causal connections whatsoever, and importantly, the Dark Emperor's true form was not of the human race. After chatting for a while with Yu Yingying, Guan finally excused himself, then went on to talk briefly with an Xian, Ji Xiaoyu, and others. The impact of this battle was bound to last a long time. In unseen distant places, many great cultivators peeked at this battle. The power of Sword Venerable Fu Dao shocked countless people. Wiping out the Great Cold Demon sect had already spread the name of Sword Venerable Fu Dao into the sight of the great sects, but for the great sects, Sword Venerable Fu Dao was at most a formidable figure. Now it was different. The aura of the Dark Emperor shocked the entire great heavenly spirit land. His terrifying aura was incomparable even to the entire Great Cold Demon sect combined. Every being that had reached the carefree primordial immortal realm witnessed the process of the Dark Emperor's demise. Being able to slay an existence of the seventh layer of the immortal path, Sword Venerable Fu Dao's Dao level was immeasurably deep. Outer heaven, hidden within the sun, 7 mysterious beings also closed their eyes, as if nothing had happened. In a palace bathed in flickering firelight, 2 figures stood beside a small pool, silent. The pool reflected the universe scenes, with faint wisps of swirling black mist visible. One of them, a man in a black robe wearing a dragon bone crown, looked upset, gritting his teeth and said, "This is troublesome. Sword Venerable Fu Dao is so formidable, it's impossible to hide Heavenly Prison's actions from him. He will trouble me sooner or later." He turned to look at the person beside him, his eyes filled with anger. Qing Songzi took a deep breath and said, "The Holy King is surely aware of this matter. Let us choose to protect ourselves wisely." He was the domain master of the main city of Broken Sea Domain, and the Taitsong continent was also under his jurisdiction. At this moment, Qing Songzi, who controlled the lives of his entire domain, had a pale face, his hands clenched within his sleeves. He tried to appear composed. Seeing the Dark Emperor being exterminated, he felt like the sky was falling. He turned and left. The man in the black robe said sternly, "If Sword Venerable Fudao comes looking, I can only reveal the existence of the Holy King. I couldn't possibly hide this matter with my Dao level. You'd better pray that Sword Venerable Fudao does not come looking." Qing Songzi left those words and disappeared on the spot. The man in the black robe watched the direction he left, unable to contain his anger, causing the entire palace to tremble. Under the dazzling starry sea, an island quietly suspended, small in size, featuring a center area cleared of vegetation, paved with white jade. One after another, figures appeared on white jade square, all radiating strong light in various colors, barely able to discern their shapes, their faces blurry, only their eyes clearly visible. They gathered together, no one spoke, the atmosphere somber. "Holy Minister, was it your idea to let the dark beings in?" a large figure asked coldly. The others turned their gazes toward the Holy Minister, who radiated golden light, appearing like an immortal, his aura vast. Facing the questioning, Holy Minister calmly said, "There are too many heavenly demons within the realms. They use reincarnation to hide their identities. You should be aware of the looming calamities accumulating within the silent destruction domain. I was planning for the future which led to this regrettable decision." The others also spoke up. The intention was good, but the dark beings are too violent, indeed difficult to control. That guy must be the Dark Emperor. His escape technique is extremely refined, hard to capture. Didn't expect him to still die. Broken Sea Domain, Sword Venerable Fudao, the great heavenly spirit land is so large, yet he unexpectedly found the place where Sword Venerable Fudao was, quite strange. Indeed, each time Sword Venerable Fudao strikes, it seems as if he is protecting himself. If the Dark Emperor specifically came for him, why involve two continents? Holy Minister, it seems someone is using you to scheme against Sword Venerable Fudao. The Holy Minister, glittering in golden light, had a glint in his eyes, radiating coldness. Chapter 345, The Holy Minister appears mortal world peak, atop a mountain summit. Fu Shenxiu stood alongside Eternal Daoist Lord at the cliff's edge, gazing silently up at the sky for a long time. "Master, to which level of the immortal path has Sword Venerable Fudao ascended?" Fu Shenxiu couldn't help but ask. The Eternal Daoist Lord gave a wry smile. "I have merely lived a few more years than you. I only know about the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. The names of the three higher realms are beyond my reach." Fu Shenxiu sighed. That heavenly demon from outer heaven felt even more formidable than Senior Meng before perishing in an instant. It is indeed true that beyond the skies there are higher skies, and beyond people there are higher people. The Eternal Daoist Lord frowned slightly and sighed. "I always have the feeling that something troublesome is coming to the Holy Court. To think they would even dare to let in such a demon. Turmoil that hasn't been seen in a million years will soon come upon this world." Fu Shenxiu nodded. He felt the same way. Regardless, it's a good thing that Sword Venerable Fudao destroyed that demon. But before he could cleanse the world of the heavenly demons, they began slaughtering innocents. "The Holy Court is truly confused to cooperate with such beings," declared Fu Shenxiu with righteous indignation, finding the dialogue between the Holy King of the Holy Court and the Dark Emperor to be absurd. When did the Holy Court become like this? The Eternal Daoist Lord said no more. There were things he couldn't speak aloud. At this moment, not only was Mortal World Peak discussing this matter, great cultivators from Qi Fortune sects and dynasties across the land, and even within the Immortal dynasty, were engaging in debates about it. The influence of this event was fermenting swiftly. As summer turned to autumn. Inside Third Medicine Valley. Guan sat at a table while Shenzhen sat across from him, excitedly discussing something. Months had passed, and the great battle between Sword Venerable Fudao and the Dark Emperor had not been forgotten by time. Rather, it had become increasingly significant. It said that the heavenly demon from outer heaven was invited by the holy court. TSK, indeed, this world's a dark place where no fresh news can be found. Whether it's the Daoist sect, Supreme Sect, Seven Stars Spirit Realm, or the Holy Court, they all have their dark secrets, said Shenzhen, dripping with sarcasm. Guan responded helplessly, my dear grandmother, can you please not say these things out loud? Those cultivators are as powerful as immortals, aren't you afraid of being overheard? What's the difference if they hear? Now everyone's spreading that the heavenly demon was invited by the Holy Court. They say 8 continents' creatures have been devoured by the Dark Emperor. What a sin! Exclaimed Shenzhen indignantly. Guan reminded, criticize all you want but make sure you don't write this down or illustrate it. Shenzhen rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, do you think I'm that foolish? Plus, I don't possess that strong a sense of righteousness. I just can't stand the Holy Court claiming to be just and using the holy name, only to do such things. At this moment, chess players in the valley below were also cursing the Holy Court. Guan sensed the whiff of conspiracy. How could the Holy Court, with all its capabilities, allow public opinion to swell to such an extent? As if the Holy Court wouldn't care about face, that was even less possible. From the attitude of the great Nether Saint King, one could see that what the Holy Court cared most about was their reputation. Reputation might seem ethereal, but when it reached a certain level, it could influence the chi fortune of a person or a faction, and one could even predict the public opinion of a power based on the rules of heaven and earth. Of course, whether the Holy Court was good or bad depended on what kind of existence Xingtian was. As Guan reflected, he decided to make a trip to Heavenly Prison. Regardless of whether the external rumors were a conspiracy or not, he had some vengeance to claim. An ancient hour later, after Shenzhen had left, having vented her feelings, Guan saw her downstairs. After she departed, he headed towards the teleportation array. Atop the grand hall, flames flickered. A man in a black robe sat on a throne with a furrowed brow and an uneasy mind, as 2 small dragon souls emerged from the dragon bone crown on his head, entwining each other. Months had passed since the fall of the Dark Emperor, yet Sword Venerable Fudao hadn't come to kill his way into Heavenly Prison, not bringing him any relief but instead increasing his anxiety, giving him an ominous feeling of impending disaster. Heavenly Prison was a minor heaven and earth, well concealed, but for a great power like Sword Venerable Fudao, no hiding place would suffice. Snap! Suddenly, the man in the black robe felt his shoulder being clutched, his heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively opened his eyes. In the corner of his eye, his pupils dilated, and he felt as if he had tumbled into an abyss, his limbs icy cold. Beside him stood a figure enshrouded in dark purple demonic chi, whose real form he could not discern despite his high cultivation level. Sword Venerable Fudao. Guan looked down upon him and cast a lifespan detection. Demon Soul Master, 8th floor of Carefree Primordial Immortal Realm 590, 328/800-000/1, 500-000. Guan spoke slowly, having lived for more than 500,000 years, you've not had it easy. Will you confess willingly, or must I do it myself? His voice, altered, was harsh and carried a chill that terrified the Demon Soul Master. The Domain Master of Broken Sea Domain, Qing Songzi, came to me. He claimed it was arranged by the great Nether Saint King, to allow a batch of heavenly demons into Taitsong continent. It's the Holy King, I could not decline. I am merely a pawn, I bear no grudges against you, Senior. Please, spare me. The Demon Soul Master bit his teeth and spoke, filled with fear. Guan looked up, his gaze towards the top of the hall. His left hand still pressed on the Demon Soul Master's shoulder. Following Guan's vision, a streak of golden light appeared atop the grand hall, as if space had split open. The light quickly expanded, and a figure stepped out from it. The person was bathed in golden light, so even Guan couldn't see the true form. Guan threw another lifespan detection at the newcomer. Holy Minister, 9 layers of divine thought, true immortal 0/0/0, no lifespan. It's not the true form. The demon soul master also saw the figure of the holy minister, his eyes filled with panic. He had never seen the holy minister before, but such an emergence was not favorable for him at this time. The holy minister spoke, "I can depose the great Nether Saint King." His first statement caused the demon soul master's complexion to shift drastically. Such audacity! Within the holy court, only two entities had the power to depose a saint king. No matter which it was, the demon soul master dared not provoke. Guan asked, "Who might you be?" The holy minister replied, "I am the holy minister of the holy court, overseeing the entire court. The coming of the Dark Emperor was my idea, originally intended to eradicate the heavenly demons of the mortal world. However, I did not anticipate such a preposterous outcome." Guan didn't expect the holy minister to admit to this so readily. For a moment, he couldn't discern the holy minister's true intentions. "Sword Venerable Fudao, you have refused the destined chief fortune of the holy court, and I do not wish to delve into your reasons. I only seek to understand your stance towards the holy court to prevent any misunderstandings between us. From your actions, it's clear you are neither of the demon path nor the wicked," said the holy minister calmly, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Guan fell silent for a moment and then said, "I have no intention of making enemies with anyone. I seek only to cultivate in peace. My previous intervention was merely because I resided in that land, benefiting from nature's spiritual energy, and felt an obligation to act on behalf of that land." Upon hearing this, the holy minister immediately said, "I see. I can understand. Through the ages, indeed, there have been ascetics like you who are solely dedicated to the immortal path. You have shielded those people, and they are fortunate for that. From this point on, the holy court shall not disturb your cultivation." This time, there was a hint of mirth in his tone. "May I make a request?" Guan suddenly asked. "Please, speak. Bring the great Nether Saint King to me. I want to kill him myself." Chapter 346, Holy Sword, Third Grade Heavenly Position, "I must kill him myself." The words of Guan echoed in the great hall, the flickering flames growing more intense, as if startled by his declaration. The Punisher of Demon Souls, held by the shoulder with one hand by Guan, listened with secret alarm. Despite the overtures of goodwill from the holy minister, Sword Venerable Fudao was still so overbearing, a clear sign of a character that brooked no defiance. The holy minister fell silent upon hearing these words. Guan was not in a hurry, waiting for the response from the holy minister. He was not blinded by hatred, he wanted to use this opportunity to show the holy court his boundaries and to prove that his target was solely the great Nether Saint King. The Saint King of the holy court is held in high esteem. Even in death, it should come at the hands of the holy court personally, the holy minister said without a trace of mirth. The Punisher of Demon Souls grew tense at once. If these two were to fight, both he and the heavenly prison would suffer the consequences. Amassing his thoughts, the holy minister's tone shifted. "If Daoist friend is willing to join the holy court, I will personally offer up the great Nether Saint King. You need not accept the chief fortune fruit position. Simply joining the holy court in name will suffice. Normally, the holy court will not assign you any tasks. When the great heavenly spirit land faces an existential threat, only then you would need to act. Simply join in name?" Guan first thought of the Immortal dynasty, which had also reached out to recruit him. With the Immortal dynasty as a potential rival, the holy court indeed found it hard to trust an unidentified existence. Even if the holy court was unaware of Sword Venerable Fudao's true identity, it was not important. What mattered was letting all beings know that the recently renowned Sword Venerable Fudao had joined the holy court. Guan actually did not object to joining the holy court. Lacking a stance, one only gathers more enemies. What he opposed was merely the chief fortune fruit position. "Good," Guan uttered a single word. The holy minister immediately raised his hand, sending a golden token flying towards Guan, who lifted his right hand to catch it. Not heavy, lighter than a feather, nearly 20 centimeters in length, and about 4 fingers wide. Its edges were carved with dragon figures, and at the top were 2 fire phoenixes, their claws intertwined, symmetrical, and exquisitely done, possessing an aesthetically pleasing look. 3 words were inscribed on the token. Holy Sword 3. The Holy Sword is the title I bestow upon you, the Holy Minister explained. The 3 below signifies your heavenly position. The Saint King too holds a 3rd grade heavenly position. It is indeed beneath your talents to be at the 3rd grade heavenly position as a divine thought true immortal. However, since you are unwilling to accept the Chi Fortune Fruit position, the Holy Court cannot fully trust you. I hope you can understand. This token is made of the same material as other holy orders, but I have not imposed any other restrictions on it, lest it provokes your apprehension. Its only purpose is to display your identity to others. Its unique material ensures it cannot be replicated by other powers. After listening, Guan thought to himself, had this fellow decided upon this before even coming here? But he had to admit, with the deep foundation of the Holy Court, they indeed had such confidence. Above the Saint King was the Holy God, and it was not impossible for the Saint King to reach Tao Void Mysterious Immortal, or the Holy God to reach Divine Thought True Immortal. Add to that the exalted Sheng Tian, and the Holy Court's strength was formidable to even contemplate. Most crucially, the Holy Court not only possessed high-level combatants, but the number at each realm was beyond measure. As a divine thought true immortal, Guan could now observe Chi Fortune, and the Chi Fortune of the Holy Court was more terrifying than all other powers in the great heavenly spirit land combined, including the immortal dynasty. From today onwards, you are the Holy Sword of the Holy Dynasty. This is a title created especially for you. I will announce it to the world in the future. I will have someone send your treatment to the Taizong continent. You need not visit the Holy Court for audience. Are you satisfied? The Holy Minister asked. Guan replied, of course, satisfied. Thank you, Holy Minister. The Holy Minister chuckled, from now on, we shall address each other as Daoist friends. Although the heavenly prison does not enjoy the Holy Court's Chi Fortune, it serves the Holy Court. If you are dissatisfied with this prison master, you may kill him. I will arrange someone else to take over. At these words, the despair was clear on the Punisher of Demon Souls' face. Begging for mercy, he implored, please spare me, Senior. Senior, Guan released his left hand, and the Punisher of Demon Souls regained his freedom. He promptly knelt down, incessantly kowtowing to Guan. The carefree primordial immortal was in such a wretched state, lacking any of the demeanor expected of him. Let him continue as he was, Guan stated. The Holy Minister smiled and transformed into a golden light that contracted and disappeared into thin air. The Punisher of Demon Souls, overjoyed, continued to bow and thank Guan, do as you see fit. With that parting remark, Guan vanished. Lifting his head to find Guan gone, the Punisher of Demon Souls sighed in relief. Great Nether Saint King, even you have met your day. The Punisher of Demon Souls thought of the fate awaiting the great Nether Saint King and couldn't help but feel secretly thrilled. He was deeply grateful to Guan. The words of the Holy Minister had clearly been an abandonment, and under such circumstances, Sword Venerable Fudao had still spared his life. How could he be anything but thankful? He vowed to please Sword Venerable Fudao from now on. This might be an opportunity. Guan returned to Mystic Valley, settling beneath the green vine tree in the 8 scenic caves. He took out the Holy Order, musing thoughtfully. He had checked the Holy Order, it truly held no traps, not even qualifying as a magic artifact. He had to say, the Holy Minister was quite sincere. Even though Guan didn't fully agree with the Holy Minister's methods before, he had now been successfully recruited. That the Holy Minister had climbed to his position was no coincidence. But Guan didn't want to get too close to the Holy Minister, agreeing to join the Holy Court was merely to reduce trouble. The Holy Minister's 9th-level Divine Thought True Immortal realm also pressured Guan. Guan didn't want to test his combative abilities at the same realm, he preferred to fight from a higher realm against a lower one. Next, he had to vigorously accumulate lifespan and break through to the 9th level of the immortal path. Being weaker than others made Guan insecure. With the actions of the Holy Court, they could become foes at any moment. Under this premise, Guan had to strive to strengthen himself even more. The green vine tree seemed to sense Guan's mood, extending 2 vines to gently massage his shoulders. Guan closed his eyes and began to relax. Now, he just needed to wait for when the Holy Minister would send the Great Nether Saint King. If the Holy Minister truly intended to forsake the Great Nether Saint King, he likely wouldn't go down without a fight. There was an interesting show to look forward to. It was only when night fell that Guan returned to the 3rd Medicine Valley. The autumn night sky was strewn with stars, dazzling like a painted scroll. Guan stood below the tower, appreciating the moonlight. Long Qing ran to him, arms wide, asking to be held. Guan picked up Long Qing, laughing, "How big you are now, still asking to be held, are you still a little man?" 5-year-old Long Qing, wearing a refined blue robe and with a lovely face bright with playful eyes, heard Guan's words and pulled at his eyelids and stuck out his tongue, saying, "I don't care, I want master to hold me." Guan couldn't help but squeeze his little nose, feeling that an Xian was raising him with a hint of femininity. "Master, have you ever been to the stars?" Long Qing suddenly pointed to the night sky and asked. Guan casually replied, "No, do you want to go?" "I do. Just a few nights ago, I dreamt that I was flying among the stars," Long Qing said, his face full of longing. Guan patiently chatted with him, but his thoughts drifted to Long Xian and Lu Qiuxian when they were young. Chu Lu had children too, but alas, just a year after the child was born, Chu Lu was crushed by the Black Profound Emperor. Guan possessed these memories and felt the emotions within them, but he didn't get caught up in those attachments. After all, those memories from 3 lifetimes ago were far removed from his current life. Guan always believed that his present self was truly him, and reincarnation evolution was just a way to become stronger. He was the original, and the others were merely his projections. Maybe at a certain realm, he would need to go through reincarnation as a form of practice, like Ji Xiaoyu. As Guan was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed the presence of Dao Void Mysterious Immortal erupting from afar. Focusing his gaze, he saw a Dao Void Mysterious Immortal flying out from the Holy Court and swiftly headed into the universe. However, an immense void hand emerged from the darkness above the universe, capturing the Dao Void Mysterious Immortal at a lightning-fast speed. The Dao Void Mysterious Immortal had almost reached the edge of the silent destruction domain, just shy of escaping into it. Guan could tell that the void hand was transformed from divine thought. The Holy Minister. This void hand's aura was precisely that of the Holy Minister he had seen before, only stronger. After capturing the Dao Void Mysterious Immortal, the void hand vanished along with the trace of the Dao Void Mysterious Immortal. Guan noticed many powerful divine senses probing from within the great heavenly spirit land, including divine thought true immortals' divine senses, originating only from 2 locations, the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty. Indeed, the world still hid many great powers. Guan mused silently, fortunate that he had not offended too many, as every breakthrough was shielded by a lifespan barrier, otherwise, he would have been crushed long ago. A Dao Void Mysterious Immortal publicly captured, Guan seriously suspected it was an intentional display by the Holy Minister, wishing to showcase his own strength. Otherwise, that Dao Void Mysterious Immortal would have had no chance to escape the Holy Court. Guan felt apprehension and refrained from further thought, let alone powers without a Dao Void Mysterious Immortal realm old monster at the helm. Of course, those who were aware of this battle were at least divine immortals of wondrous Dharma. Carefree Primordial Immortal could sense the earlier aura, but definitely couldn't keep pace with the speed of Dao Void Mysterious Immortal, probably oblivious to what had occurred. Guan withdrew his divine sense and carried Long Qing upstairs. Listening to the little guy recount his dreams, Guan found it abstract and amusing. Talk of an Xian rolling on the stars and Bull Demon King fighting with the stars seemed utterly absurd. 5 days later. Guan returned from Nianchu Cave to the Third Medicine Valley. In high spirits, he started discussing Journey to the West with Xianxia. Xianxia already knew that Journey to the West was written by Guan, although Guan claimed that he heard it from others, combined with his own dreams, which made Xianxia more reverent towards Journey to the West. Therefore, Xianxia steadfastly held on to his interpretation, even attempting to persuade Guan. They debated for a long time. "Do you understand Journey to the West better than Pan'an?" Guan couldn't help but say. Xianxia said nonchalantly, "What is Pan'an in comparison? He's just a writer. What does he know about Journey to the West?" Guan, amused and frustrated, gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're amazing." With that, Guan left. Xianxia was undisturbed and continued reading. Guan flew towards the outer gate city, sensing two powerful auras emerging on the edge of the continent. Both were Dao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm cultivators. One of them was the Dao Void Mysterious Immortal captured by the Holy Minister 5 days ago. His aura was now weak, clearly having suffered serious injuries. Guan had not anticipated the Holy Minister to act. Chapter 347, Are You Higher Than the Unification Realm? Atop a cliff stood two figures, one of whom was the white-robed man who had previously conversed with the Dark Emperor. The other person, disheveled and with torn red garments, had his hands bound with iron chains. His back was plastered with talisman papers that fluttered as the sea breeze blew, unsettling his long and messy hair. "Wandering Holy King, what thoughts cross your mind upon witnessing my plight?" asked the man in chains, his expression indifferent and his gaze as deep as a secluded well. The white-robed man acknowledged as the wandering Holy King replied without a trace of emotion, "I am even more grateful. Dao Void Mysterious Immortal is extremely powerful, and your position is high, Holy King. However, the higher you stand, the more careful you must be in your actions, because you have more enemies." Upon hearing this, the great Nether Holy King closed his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. The great Nether Holy King raised his arm slightly, causing the chains to shake with a crisp sound. "How do you know that your circumspect choices are correct?" "Watch, the Holy Minister surely harbors even bigger schemes," laughed the great Nether Holy King with a carefree demeanor, having come to terms with life and death. The wandering Holy King sensed something and instinctively turned his head, his expression suddenly unnatural. They saw a figure shrouded in dark purple demonic chi appear behind them. Sword Venerable Fudao. The wandering Holy King felt an immense pressure rushing towards him, reminiscent of facing the Holy Minister or Holy God. At that moment, he understood why the Holy Minister held Sword Venerable Fudao in such high esteem. He immediately clasped his hands in a formal salute and said, "I have seen the Holy Sword." Upon hearing these words, the great Nether Holy King's figure trembled slightly. He appeared composed, but how could he not be tense when facing life and death? Wandering Holy King, Dao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm Level 417409820/600000/7500000, Great Nether Holy King, Dao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm Level 215804442/400000/50000000. Guan looked at the lifespans of the two and was inwardly pleased. The lifespan of a Dao Void Mysterious Immortal could reach several million years. Observing the difference in lifespans between Level 4 and Level 2, Guan speculated that lifespans of divine thought true immortals might very well exceed 10 million years. Guan nodded slightly to the wandering Holy King. His gaze was fixed on the great Nether Holy King, sensing his tension. Boom! A brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth from Guan's forehead, engulfing the great Nether Holy King in an instant, and then dashed towards the sea surface, dissipating before reaching 1,000 zhang away. When the golden light faded, the great Nether Holy King was nowhere to be seen. Guan had no desire to interact with the great Nether Holy King, nor did he wish to hear any defenses. Even if there were misunderstandings between them, it was the fault of the great Nether Holy King. When so many pointed at the great Nether Holy King, it was unlikely to be false. The wandering Holy King watched with alarm. This was a Dao void mysterious immortal, and even if his cultivation was sealed, he should not have been so easily eradicated. How high was Sword Venerable Fudeo's cultivation level? You have successfully seized 370,963 years of lifespan from the great Nether Holy King, Dao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm Level 2, upon seeing the prompt before him, Guan felt slightly pleased. Of course, what brought him the most relief was eliminating a thorn in his side. Guan then vanished from the spot, leaving the wandering Holy King behind. The wandering Holy King stood on the cliff, silent for a long time, before finally departing. A Holy King who had stood above all fell just like that, causing a significant psychological impact on the wandering Holy King, who was also a Holy King. The great heavenly spirit land seemed even more complicated and dangerous in the eyes of the wandering Holy King. At Mortal World Peak, Dingtian Peak. Inside the Peak Master's courtyard, Guan was savoring tea. An Xin stood behind him, and in front of him stood a line of wandering immortals, disciples of Dingtian Peak, including Zhu Xinglan. They were discussing the Holy Court's declaration of Sword Venerable Fudao as the Holy Sword. The Holy Sword, the #1 sword under the heavens, seems like the Holy Court highly values Sword Venerable Fudao. The presence of that demon from outer heaven was terrifying, yet against Sword Venerable Fudao, it was unable to withstand a single blow. With such power, how could the Holy Court not seek to ally with him? I heard that the reason the heavenly demon from outer heaven made a move against Sword Venerable Fudao was that a Holy King schemed against him, sending a great number of reincarnated heavenly demons to the Taizong continent. Truly malevolent. I've heard that as well. It was the great Nether Holy King. He underestimated the strength of Sword Venerable Fudao. To be honest, who could have anticipated that? Such a tiny place actually harbors such a terrifying great cultivator. The wandering immortal disciples of Dingtian Peak were excited, only so uninhibited in the presence of Guan. In front of their disciples, they all maintained a high and dignified posture, as if they were lofty and saintly figures. Zhu Xinglan looked at Guan. He had heard that his master also emerged suddenly and wondered if his master knew Sword Venerable Fudao. As for the possibility that his master was Sword Venerable Fudao himself, that had not crossed his mind. The world was full of ascetics who suffered in silence, and perhaps Sword Venerable Fudao was simply concealing his identity. Maybe his real identity once shook the heavens, but who could be certain? An Xin quietly chuckled as she listened to their discussion. The one they admired was right before them. If they knew, what would their reaction be? She did not know how high the Dark Emperor's cultivation realm was, so she could not understand the excitement of the wandering immortals. In her eyes, there was no difference between wandering immortals and heaven and earth flying immortals, they were all terrifyingly powerful beings. After they had spoken for a while, Guan spoke up, "Then you must cultivate diligently. I always feel that the world is becoming increasingly unstable." His divine thought was focused on Yang Jian. Heaven's sect had received news of the great Nether Holy King's fall and was preparing to bring Yang Jian into the world. Over the years, Yang Jian had grown stronger while Heaven's sect had become increasingly aged. Although his cultivation realm had not declined, his aura was not as strong as before. Heaven's sect's lifespan was quickly diminishing without the chi fortune of Heaven's sect, and it seemed he did not have many years left to live. Upon hearing Gu An's words, the disciples echoed in agreement, all sharing a premonition that such a major event had not occurred in many years. Word of it would make anyone feel the tense world situation. After a long while, the disciples bid their farewell and left. An Xin sat down, unable to resist stretching herself. She did not remove her mask but looked at Guan and asked, "Master, what kind of entity is the Holy Court, really?" She knew Sword Venerable Fudao was Guan, but being in Mortal World Peak, she had to measure her words carefully. Guan replied, "It is the governing power of the mortal world, the strongest of our times. As for good or bad, that depends on the circumstances." In this world, there was no absolute good in a person or power. Even the current supreme sect hid untoward secrets. Even though he had joined the holy court, Guan felt no fondness for it. Once he surpassed the 9 heavens of immortal path, he would no longer need to hold any fear towards the holy court. Right now, he was more curious about the silent destruction domain. The annihilation god emperor could easily annihilate Long Zhan, who surpassed the 9 heavens of the immortal path, but now it seemed Sheng Tian was capable of countering the silent destruction domain. Could it be a different silent destruction domain? Or perhaps, the annihilation god emperor had long since departed? An Xian was curious about the strength of the holy court, but unfortunately, Guan was also unclear, leaving his answer ambiguous. Today's conversation with the disciples from Dingtian Peak proved the holy minister's methods. Although Guan had not assimilated into the chi fortune of the holy court, within a few short years, every power throughout the world knew he had joined the holy court. No matter his personal feelings, from now on, he was openly aligned with the holy court. The enemies of the holy court might also target him. Did the holy court have enemies? Of course, there were. The immortal dynasty covetously eyed the realm from within, and infinite heavenly demons from beyond watched intently. He only hoped none would disturb his tranquil life. After chatting for a while, Guan stood up and said, "It's time to test the results of your cultivation. Don't let yourself be surpassed by Long Qing later on." Upon hearing this, an Xian quickly rose to her feet. Long Qing had been taken care of by her until he was 4, but after that, the boy constantly followed Yu Yingying, leaving her with a sour taste. She couldn't let that child surpass her. Today, after hearing of many significant events in the world, Anzin's fighting spirit was kindled. With such a master guiding her, why couldn't she carve her own place in the world? She did not realize her mindset was beginning to shift towards an house. Seasons changed, and 8 years passed. The 13-year-old Long Qing was running through Medicine Valley, swift as a cheetah, chasing a corpulent white-furred rat that resembled a pig. His gaze was sharp, his features handsome, and his long hair tied like a girl's, eliciting laughter and teasing from the disciples along the way. After running for a long time, he stopped in a secluded spot, propping his hands on his knees, panting heavily. "Stupid rat, why are you so fast? Did I never push you to your limit before?" Long Qing muttered, frustration evident on his sweat-drenched face. Just then, footsteps approached, and Long Qing turned to look, quickly standing up in respect. He brought his hands together and bowed deeply to the newcomer. Seeing his gesture, Xianxia couldn't help but chuckle. "You want to catch up with it? How about taking me as your master?" Xianxia approached and asked with a smile. Long Qing scratched his head, "Senior, I have a master already." Xianxia continued with a smile, "Of course I know you have a master. Who said you could only have one master? Have you read Journey to the West?" Long Qing nodded, but he didn't enjoy reading text as much as he liked listening to others. "You're like Sun Wukong, and I'm Master Putti. How about I secretly teach you cultivation?" Xianxia asked, smiling knowingly. Like Yu Yingying, he had an inexplicable fondness for Long Qing. He had observed the boy and confirmed that Long Qing was not a reincarnated heavenly demon. To elicit a sense of closeness from an immortal venerable like himself, Long Qing must have extraordinary innate chi fortune and a life grid beyond ordinary people. "Can you really be Master Putti?" Long Qing asked doubtfully. Xianxia laughed, "I'm well aware you have a master, but who says you can't have multiple masters? Do you know what realm I am in? Unification? Huh, you even know about unification. Do you know what lies beyond the unification realm? What? You're higher than the unification realm?" Long Qing was shocked. Having been raised in the 3rd Medicine Valley, he had some understanding of immortal cultivation realms. The unification realm was, in his perception, a godlike realm. Observing the disciples' attitudes toward Xianxia in the valley, he had guessed Xianxia was extraordinarily capable, but he had not expected him to be so powerful. Proudly lifting his chin, Xianxia declared, "Above unification lies the mystic heart realm. Above that, there are Mahayana, Nirvana, loose immortal, wandering immortal, and heaven and earth flying immortal. I am but one step away from heaven and earth flying immortal." With each realm name Xianxia uttered, Long Qing's mouth opened wider, and by the end of the list, he was agape with amazement. The expression on Long Qing's face greatly satisfied Xianxia. In that moment, he suddenly understood Supreme Immortal Venerable. Because he liked Journey to the West, he had read all the books written by Panin. He didn't understand why Pan's works were so popular. The characters lacked common sense, often mocking the protagonist, and the protagonist would purposely reveal his holiness, all of which seemed unrealistic to him. Today, he had played the part, and at last, he understood the appeal. Chapter 348, Studying the Deification. As Xianxia secretly admired Pan's understanding of the human heart, Long Qing couldn't help but ask, "If you are so powerful, why do you stay in Medicine Valley?" Xianxia smiled gently and said, "I am not from the Supreme Sect, I just like the atmosphere here and want to stay for a few centuries to clear up the confusion in my heart." A few centuries. Long Qing's look at Xianxia changed, and he began to believe Xianxin's words. "You say you are a wandering immortal, how can you prove it?" "I am not a child," the 13-year-old Long Qing, claiming he was not a child, made Xianxia smile even more broadly. Xianxia grabbed Long Qing's shoulders, and without waiting for Long Qing to react, he leaped into the air. The world blurred before Long Qing's eyes, he instinctively closed them, and when he opened them again, he was stunned by the sight before him. He had actually come to the heavens. Below was an endless sea of clouds, and above, the sky was filled with stars, as though nested in the night, except these stars shone brighter and were more numerous. Densely packed, more so than the flowers and plants in the valley. Long Qing opened his mouth wide, his bright eyes sparkling with an unusual gleam. With a sky full of stars overhead, Long Qing's view of the world seemed infinitely larger. He twirled around on the spot, not even realizing there was no ground beneath his feet. Xianxia stood by, smiling. Suddenly, he understood Master Puti's feelings. No wonder Guan said Master Puti was very fond of Sun Wukong. Long Qing turned several times, then suddenly realized he was suspended in midair, and quickly grabbed onto Xianxin's robe sleeve in fright. "Is this the heavens?" he asked Xianxia, full of anticipation. Seeing the boy's fearlessness, Xianxia held him in even higher regard. Xianxia replied, "Correct, we are extremely far from the ground. With the speed you chased the white spirit rat before, it would take at least 20 years to reach here." Upon hearing this, Long Qing widened his eyes. He instinctively looked down, seeing only a thick sea of clouds, but when he looked into the distance, he saw a shade of blue, unclear what it precisely was. He looked up again and pointed at a shooting star, asking, "What is that?" Xianxia looked up and answered, "That is a heaven and earth flying immortal returning, very far from us." "Heaven and earth flying immortal, can I go to the stars?" "You cannot, one must reach the heaven and earth flying immortal realm to cross the invisible sky wall." "Heaven and earth flying immortal. I want to cultivate, I want you to be my master, teach me how to reach the heaven and earth flying immortal." Long Qing clenched his fists, his voice filled with excitement. He hadn't even started qi absorption cultivation yet. Guan said he would teach him when he turned 16, and forbade other disciples from teaching him privately. That's why Long Qing hadn't yet shown his talent. Xianxia saw his extraordinary physique and felt that even if he wasn't supremely talented, he would not be mediocre. He also marveled, how did Guan always manage to find geniuses? Like the nine-finger Divine Lord, he suspected that Guan had a powerful backer. What sort of powerful figure that even he couldn't detect? It could be Sword Venerable Fudao or possibly other great cultivators, as the current supreme sect was full of hidden great cultivators, even beyond his understanding. In any case, hearing Long Qing's words, Xianxia was very pleased. He smiled kindly and said, "Reaching the heaven and earth flying immortal realm is very difficult. Are you willing to dedicate yourself to cultivation?" Long Qing immediately nodded, assuring, "I will definitely not disappoint you, master." "Then why don't you kneel and kowtow to accept me as your master?" Xianxia said with a smile. He wanted to emulate Master Putti to see if taking a disciple could lead to divine enlightenment. Long Qing immediately knelt and performed a ceremonial bow, then looking up at Xianxia, he asked, "Master, I heard that Medicine Valley once had a genius named Yang Jian. Can I surpass him?" Xianxia helped him to his feet and said, "Yang Jian's talent is indeed exceptional, but your master is more formidable than his. In the future, you will surely surpass him." Upon hearing this, Long Qing's face lit up with an enthusiastic smile. Meanwhile, in the loft, Guan, who had been reading, smirked. "Surpass Yang Jian? It's certainly not impossible, but in the coming century," Guan thought to himself, looking forward to the expression on Xianxin's face after he starts teaching Long Qing cultivation. With Xianxin's Dao level, how could he help Long Qing unlock the path of returning primordial spirit? An hour later. The door opened, Long Qing walked in, approaching the table and looking at Guan with a complex expression. Guan looked up at him and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Bullied by the Bull Demon King again?" Long Qing shook his head, then said, "Master, you are the most important to me in my heart, do you believe that?" This statement amused Guan. Was the boy feeling guilty? "Really? Well, see how you honor me in the future," Guan said leisurely, his eyes returning to the book in his hands. Long Qing earnestly responded, "I will definitely honor you in the future. Once I become an immortal, I will make the supreme sect respect you." Long Qing's fighting spirit grew even stronger. Seeing that Guan did not continue the conversation, he curiously asked, "Master, what are you reading? May I take a look?" Guan closed the Green Hero travelogue, glared at him, and said, "If you have nothing else to do, go chop some wood." Upon hearing this, Long Qing immediately scooted away. Immortals don't have time to chop wood. He left with that spirited remark, and Guan, smiling, continued reading. 2 days later. In an uninhabited part of Medicine Valley, within a bamboo grove, Xianxia and Long Qing sat side by side in meditation. "Master, why haven't I cultivated any spiritual power yet?" Long Qing couldn't help opening his eyes and asking. Xianxia, with his eyes closed, replied, "It's rare for someone to develop spiritual power within 2 days, don't be impatient." He also wondered internally why it was taking so long. However, considering Yang Jian's early experiences with slow qi absorption, perhaps Long Qing had a unique physique. He decided not to dwell on it. He was very patient and would not become agitated over this. A figure swept across the bamboo grove from above, causing Xianxia to look up. "It's him," Xianxia murmured to himself. "Who?" Long Qing asked curiously, having caught a glimpse of the figure as well. Xianxia shook his head and didn't continue. Long Qing quickly stood and ran towards the edge of the bamboo grove. Xianxia got up as well, not angry at Long Qing's actions. After all, the boy was only 13. In the loft, Guan replaced the book he had been reading with Investiture of the Gods and studied it carefully. Clang, the window was suddenly pushed open, startling Guan as he turned his head, his face then breaking into a delighted smile. "Leah! How did you come back?" Guan asked excitedly. Leah landed, adjusting his clothes while grumbling, "What? Aren't you happy to see me?" "How could that be? Please sit." "Sit down." Guan put down Investiture of the Gods, then stood up to brew tea for Leah. Leah took a seat at the table, noticing the book he had been holding, and laughed, "After all these years, you're still reading Investiture of the Gods? You don't think to discover some Tao in it like others, do you?" Guan brewed the tea and replied, "Just browsing, the stories in this book surely can't compare to your experiences. Tell me, how have you been these years? Have you been injured? Li Ya's expression turned serious as he said, with my current skills, how could I be injured? Besides, I have divine exotic city. Since you want to hear, I'll tell you all about it, and later you can take notes. Guan brought over hot tea, placed the cup in front of him, sat down, and said with a laugh, indeed, owning divine exotic city, even my disciple Long Qing couldn't possibly get injured. Chapter 349, heading to the primordial. Hearing Gu An's words, Li Ya didn't think too much and didn't ask who Long Qing was. He began to recount his experiences over the years. Guan listened attentively. He occasionally looked at Li Ya but didn't stare constantly. With divine exotic immortal spirit around, Guan could be at ease, confident that if there were any danger not even divine exotic city could stop, divine exotic immortal spirit would inform him right away. After leaving the sea demon domain, Li Ya wandered everywhere. Occasionally, he encountered great cultivators coveting divine exotic city, but he always managed to escape unscathed. Unless a heaven and earth flying immortal took action, it was very difficult to take divine exotic city from him. Those who had reached the heaven and earth flying immortal realm and saw Li Ya brazenly deploying the pseudo-immortal path supreme treasure didn't dare to make a move easily. In every aspect, Li Ya seemed to have a significant backing. Who would dare to offend such a person? The higher one's cultivation level, the further one could see. Even if they couldn't deduce Gu An's karma from divine exotic city, they could infer that Li Ya had an extraordinary background. To control such a supreme treasure before nirvana, one couldn't do so without a powerful backing, and perhaps Li Ya's backing was hidden within divine exotic city. Over the years, Li Ya had encountered many opportunities, and his cultivation level had grown rapidly. He had now reached the third floor of the unification realm. A unification realm cultivator over 300 years old was definitely a top-tier genius in the broken sea domain. Guan thus marveled at how amazing Xiantiani truly was. Comparing the pace of breakthroughs, Li Ya still fell short of Xiantiani, and moreover, Xiantiani didn't have the pseudo-immortal path supreme treasure by his side. Setting aside in how, Xiantiani was indeed the #1 genius in the history of the supreme sect. What was most crucial was that Xiantiani also wrote books. Judging from the Green Hero travelogue, Xiantiani often went on adventures and didn't spend all his time on qi absorption cultivation. Could it be that Xiantiani had also achieved enlightenment? Guan suddenly felt that perhaps qi absorption cultivation was the most common and low-level form of cultivation, and that there might be higher forms of cultivation. Of course, it was just a thought. In reincarnation evolution, he could only undergo qi absorption cultivation to consume his lifespan. Guan thus listened to Li Ya's experiences while contemplating cultivation. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and Long Qing tumbled in, startling himself. He quickly got up, but before he could turn around, Guan called out to him. Come in, and take the opportunity to meet your martial uncle. At Gu An's words, Long Qing was overjoyed. He immediately approached Li Ya, saluted, and called him martial uncle. Li Ya sized him up, a smile forming on his face, then he turned back and asked, Who is this kid? Guan introduced, I brought him back from outside, he had just been born at that time. Hearing this, Li Ya understood that this child was different from the disciples outside. Li Ya took out a dagger from his storage bag and handed it to Long Qing, saying with a smile, Take this dagger as a meeting gift. It's a magic artifact, so don't use it recklessly before you start cultivating. Thank you, martial uncle. Long Qing said excitedly, clearly very fond of the dagger as he played with it. Li Ya looked at Guan, laughed, and said, Actually, this kid looks a bit like you. Nonsense. Really, if you hadn't said anything, would have thought he was your son. Seeing that Li Ya was serious, Guan suddenly thought of something. Was his appearance in reincarnation evolution the same as now? He thought carefully, after Lu Han had restored his appearance, he did indeed resemble him a bit. As for the previous 3 lives, he rarely looked in the mirror and didn't pay attention. It might be because I raised him that he looks a bit like me, Guan casually remarked. Long Qing's expression dimmed. Deep down, he was also hoping that Guan was his biological father. Guan beckoned him over to join in and listen to Li Ya's experiences. After Long Qing joined, the atmosphere became even livelier. It wasn't until evening that Li Ya said his goodbyes and left, leaving behind a large pile of medicinal herb seeds. Guan didn't see Li Ya off but instead asked Long Qing about his activities over the past 2 days, wondering why had suddenly been so quiet. Long Qing began to hem and haw in his explanations. Elsewhere. After descending the stairs, Li Ya made his way to where Xianxia was standing. He bowed with cupped hands, curious, and asked, "Senior, why are you here?" On his return this time, he felt that the supreme sect had changed a lot. Wherever he went, he encountered cultivators whose cultivation levels he couldn't fathom. Even in Medicine Valley, there were many whose cultivation levels were a mystery to him. He felt that the supreme sect's growth was even faster than his own. Of course, he was just marveling, not shocked, because his primordial ancestor was still with the supreme sect. Compared to his primordial ancestor, his achievements over the years were trivial. Holding the Supreme Immortal Venerable scripture, Xianxia looked up at him and said, "I have a connection with this place, planning to stay here for hundreds of years to quietly contemplate the path." Back in the divine exotic realm, Xianxin's strength had left a lasting impression on Li Ya. With such a powerful great cultivator taking residence, Guan was naturally safer. He smiled, exchanged a few pleasantries with Xianxia, then he took his leave. Xianxia watched his leaving figure and suddenly said, "Your chi fortune is off, and you will face a fated calamity later on." Li Ya turned back to Xianxia and nodded with a smile. He didn't continue the conversation but instead leaped up and flew away on his sword. 30 minutes later. Guan followed Long Qing downstairs, where Long Qing ran off towards the distance, while Guan saw Ji Xiaoyu stepping out of a room. "The person earlier, you'd better keep your distance from him. I can sense that he is approaching a fated calamity," said Ji Xiaoyu. Guan frowned and asked, "What calamity?" He had actually noticed it earlier. There was chi fortune from the Holy Court on Li Ya, and it wasn't just a smattering but an integration. He guessed that Li Ya had already obtained the chi fortune of the Holy Court. He peered into Li Ya's past but could not see how Li Ya had obtained the chi fortune. The Holy Court's chi fortune was something even he, as a divine thought true immortal, couldn't fully understand. "I'm not sure either, but the cultivation technique I practice allows me to sense others' chi fortune and destiny," said Ji Xiaoyu as she shook her head. She had had so many dreams, not only seeing experiences from past lives but also continuously inheriting past lives' cultivation techniques, divine skills, and spells. Now her cultivation level had reached the divinity transformation realm 8th floor, and her progress was astonishing. "It'll be fine. He's sure to have a charmed life," Guan said earnestly, causing Ji Xiaoyu's gaze to shift subtly as she looked at him. "The moonlight might be lovely tonight. How about keeping me company to enjoy the moon?" Guan suddenly suggested. Ji Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment and then nodded slightly. Divine Exotic Realm. The master of the Divine Exotic Realm and a group of Divine Exotic Ghost Kings stood on the shore, looking at the terrifying waves crashing on the sea. Among the surging waves, a figure stood tall above the water, bare-chested with fists tightly clenched, his white hair disheveled and soaked, gasping deeply for air. Zhang Buku. It's done, excitement flashed across Zhang Buku's face. He turned to look at the distance, locking eyes with the master of the Divine Exotic Realm from afar. The master of the Divine Exotic Realm showed a smile, nodding slightly toward him. Boom! The waves exploded, and in almost an instant, Zhang Buku appeared in front of the master of the Divine Exotic Realm, causing the surrounding Divine Exotic Ghost Kings to be taken aback. Such incredible speed! Stealing the 5 elements was secretly shocked. He had watched Zhang Buku grow over the years. The kid's talent was getting stronger. With time, he was sure to become a name that echoed across the heavens. The master of the divine exotic realm looked at Zhang Buku and said, "You have now perfected the most powerful ancient treasure body. It's time to set off." Upon hearing this, Zhang Buku quickly asked, "Master, where exactly do you want me to go?" The master of the divine exotic realm said profoundly, "Go to another great heaven and earth." Great heaven and earth? Zhang Buku was even more puzzled, while the divine exotic ghost kings had various expressions, each lost in recollection. The master of the divine exotic realm said in a deep voice, "The heaven and earth you were in before is known as the great heavenly spirit land, and broken sea domain is just a small part of the vast heaven and earth. Beyond that, there are many great heaven and earth realms as vast as the great heavenly spirit land, existing in ways beyond your imagination. The divine exotic realm is a power that drifts among these various great heaven and earth realms, originating from the silent destruction domain beyond the heavens. As for the silent destruction domain, you will have to understand it for yourself in time. However, know this, the divine exotic realm can lead to different great heaven and earth realms, but those realms are dangerous, and we have limited choices of great heaven and earth to choose from." After listening, Zhang Buku's brow furrowed. He thought of martial Uncle Gu and Leah. He found it hard to let go. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "If I leave, can I still come back later?" The master of the divine exotic realm smiled and answered, "Of course you can return. The clouds pressing down upon us have dispersed. It's just that the great heaven and earth are controlled by the Holy Court, and it's not suitable for us to develop there. We can only send you to other, more chaotic places." Relieved, Zhang Buku pursued the question of which great heaven and earth he would go to. Go to Primordial. There is no absolute order there. It's a place more suited to beings like you to grow. Once you're there, you must be even more careful. That place has the Immortal clan, countless opportunities, but also many dangers, said the master of the divine exotic realm profoundly. Zhang Buku nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. A divine exotic ghost king spoke up, "Do we have to go too?" The master of the divine exotic realm nodded, "Just leave one ghost king to maintain contact with the great heavenly spirit land. I wish to stay behind." Stealing the 5 elements immediately volunteered, drawing the gaze of the other divine exotic ghost kings. The master of the divine exotic realm looked deeply at Stealing the 5 elements, who lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. "Then you shall stay behind," decided the master of the divine exotic realm. Stealing the 5 elements grinned and thanked him profusely. The winter snow flurried. A figure headed towards the entrance of the 3rd Medicine Valley. He was clad in armor, covered in snow, moving not swiftly through the heavy snowfall but with a steady pace. Underneath the helmet was an aged face, his eyes cloudy. As he looked at the entrance to the 3rd Medicine Valley, his gaze softened slightly. "Who are you?" A female voice sounded as an Xian approached with a bamboo basket in hand. The armored man turned to look, struck by Nzin's grace. She wore a white dress, stepping on the snow-covered ground without leaving any footprints, her entire being emanating an ethereal quality, like a celestial maiden who could ascend at any moment. He bowed and said, "Im Yi Yen. May I ask if the valley master of the 3rd Medicine Valley is still Guan?" An Xian nodded slightly, replying, "You know my master? If so, I can take you to see him." Yi Yen smiled, his expression pensive, "I remember him, he." Chapter 350, Reincarnation Order. An Xian brought Yi Yen to Gu An's attic and then went upstairs to inquire. Guan had already sensed Yi Yen's presence, but he couldn't show it. Only after an Xian knocked did he allow her to bring Yi Yen up. Looking at the aged Yi Yen, Guan smiled and said, "It's been a long time, please have a seat quickly." An Xian, curiously, didn't stay, but honestly closed the door and left. Sitting across the table from Guan, Yi Yen felt a surge of emotions. After many years, the master still looked so young, even more distinguished. Guan, wearing the Immortal King crown, had a golden pattern emerging on his forehead, giving off the feeling of a heavenly divine monarch sitting there. Yi Yan could feel that, like him, his master was also at the core formation realm, both at the same realm, yet their essence energy could not have been more opposite. "Why are you?" Guan frowned, hesitatingly asked. 50 years ago, Yi Yan was in his prime, youthful, and one of Li Zuando's most capable generals. Now, Yi Yan looked so old. Guan could see that Yi Yan had reached the end of his lifespan, but he couldn't state this outright, he could only inquire. In reality, Yi Yan's maximal lifespan had grown a bit over the years, though only slightly. Yi Yan smiled and said, "Everyone has their time, mine is almost due. I wanted to come back to see this place before the end." Hearing this, Guan couldn't help but sigh and then stood up to pour tea for him. Yi Yan's gaze followed him and said, "Master, there's no need for you to sigh for me. I've accomplished everything in life without regrets." He had fought alongside Li Xiandao to unify the Taizong dynasty, and Li Xiandao had granted him nobility. For decades, he enjoyed wealth and even marital bliss, and truly had no regrets. "It reassures me that you could come back to see your teacher," Guan said after serving the tea, turning around to speak. Even if he taught Yi Yan now, it would only extend his life by a few more years. Moreover, he wasn't keen on teaching just anyone, it risked revealing his cultivation level. Every year, dozens of disciples graduate from Third Medicine Valley and Mystic Valley, he couldn't possibly teach each one. "If not for the master's help, I couldn't have had such a splendid life. If I hadn't heard from His Majesty that you were well, I would have come back sooner to repay you," Yi Yan, taking the tea bowl, replied with a smile. He had shed his habitual martial fierceness, now as gentle as a small stream. Guan sat down and began inquiring about his experiences over the years. Yi Yan didn't hide anything and started from when he left the valley, with Guan listening intently. The night passed as they spoke. At dawn's approach, Yi Yan made a request, he wanted to be buried in the Third Medicine Valley. Guan remained silent for a while, then nodded in agreement. Thus, Yi Yan stayed. Guan sent an Xian to find Zhenqin, and by evening, Zhenqin had returned, her mood somber at the sight of Yi Yan's graying hair. They stood by the wooden railing, watching the snow while reminiscing about the past. When Third Medicine Valley was first established, it was just Zhenqin, Su Han, and Yi Yan. Back then, Zhenqin had the least talent and was less powerful than the other two. 300 years had passed, Su Han had long perished, and now Zhenqin was about to bid farewell to Yi Yan. How could she not be sad? Mentioning Su Han, Zhenqin didn't hide the truth, and, hearing that Su Han had died early, Yi Yan also fell silent. Su Han, known throughout the Taizong dynasty for wielding the hateful Heaven Divine Sword, Yi Yan knew of his exploits but was unaware of his fate. The journey of life is indeed unpredictable, Yi Yan reflected. He was close to death already, naturally not excessively sorrowful. He turned to Zhenqin and smiled, "Don't be sad, when I go down there, I'll greet him for you." His words left Zhenqin's eyes red with emotion. Guan stood by the window, watching their silhouettes, lost in thought. Long Qing came downstairs, grabbing a handful of snow, intending to throw it at Guan, but seeing his solemn expression, Long Qing held it for a long while before ultimately lowering his hand and turned to throw it at Blood Prison Great Saint instead. Fast asleep, Blood Prison Great Saint was jolted awake, looking up to see Long Qing disappearing. "You little rabbit." Blood Prison Great Saint, furious, immediately got up to chase Long Qing, his massive bovine body kicking up snow mist in pursuit. The winter snowfall grew heavier, as if to fill the Third Medicine Valley completely. Time moved to the end of the year. At the edge of Third Medicine Valley, on a mountain peak, Guan stood in front of Yi Yan's grave, the falling snow melting before it even touched him. Guan's eyes were not sad but tranquil. He wasn't too distressed, merely standing there pondering the past. Yi Yan wasn't the first disciple he had sent off, he was merely looking back on his earlier life, reliving past emotions anew. Guan thought about a question. In the great heavenly spirit land, What exactly happens after death? How does reincarnation actually operate according to what rules? Why do so many high-level great cultivators choose reincarnation? Is its purpose just to experience karma, destiny? Gradually, he entered a state of mystical understanding. Path enlightenment. During the blazing summer days, at the Supreme Sect subsect Yi Mansion, Guan and Yilan sat inside drinking wine, Yilan listening calmly to Gu An's recount. Everyone dies someday, it's just a matter of how long one lives. I, too, will face it eventually, and when that time comes, dear brother, don't be too saddened, Yilan said softly, looking at Guan. Guan put down his wineglass and asked, if I gave you a chance for eternal youth, but it required many sacrifices and adherence to certain rules, would you take it? Having witnessed Yi Yan's death, Guan felt uneasy, fearing that his teachings couldn't keep up with the passing of time. He had taught Yilan and Xiaochuan among others, truly improving their maximal lifespan, but each time was less than before, only adding 200 years for Yilan through teaching, and the last 2 sessions combined added just a single year. The mysterious designs of fate were terrifying, merciless. Yilan asked, would those rules distance me from you? Guan replied, it's hard to say. He remembered Heaven's sect mentioning that becoming a part of it involved forsaking many, including a spouse and children. Then forget it. Such immortality might be more of a curse. I am not interested, Yilan shook her head. Guan remained silent. Yilan seemed to sense Gu An's mood. She reached out to hold the back of Gu An's hand and smiled, brother, don't forget our last century pact. If I could spend the rest of my days with you, that would be enough. 100 years is actually quite long. Is 100 years really enough? Guan asked with a smile. Maybe it is. Over the years, I've chased power, gotten bored with it over time, and recently I've been focusing on cultivation. I've been thinking about doing something else, like your writing. Yilan started to share her experiences from these years. Now over 300 years old, she had her own views and insights on life. She was now at the divinity transformation realm and held a high position within the Supreme Sect. Her pursuits were evolving. Listening to her, a smile unconsciously spread across Gu An's face, feeling happy for her. Life shouldn't be about just one thing. That Yilan was considering enriching her life was an enlightenment in itself. Brother, if you really have that kind of opportunity, save it for someone who truly craves immortal cultivation. Right now, I don't think the level of cultivation is that important, Yilan laughed. Guan smiled and said, what if you leave this world, and I pursue immortality alone? Wouldn't that be lonely? Yilan blinked and laughed, I haven't given up, I'm just talking. Some things can't be fought for, if you can't have them, let it be. Don't let them become a burden to you, including me, and even Zhenqin and your disciples. If we die before you, don't be foolish or let it weigh on your heart. Guan, unable to resist, reached out to pinch her cheek, and she didn't dodge. What about our last century, what would you want to do? Where would you go? Guan asked. Can I dream big? Yilan raised an eyebrow. Of course, daytime is the best for dreaming. Then I want to see how large this world really is. I've heard that beyond the sea there are other continents. I also want to go to the heavens, to see how high it really is, and what lies beyond outer heaven. Yilan spoke enthusiastically, Guan listening intently, his thoughts drifting far with her words. 2 days later. Guan first went to the North Sea mountains to gather medicinal herbs, then spent an ancient hour in Mystic Valley. Upon returning to the third Medicine Valley, he was in good spirits and played 2 games of chess with Nine-Finger Divine Lord. Near evening, Shenxinzi and Long Qing walked along the path between the medicine garden, Long Qing dejected, occasionally casting timid glances at his master walking ahead. Although Shenxinzi appeared composed, he was quite perplexed inside. Having taught Long Qing for so long, yet Long Qing had still not manifested any spiritual power. Even the most mediocre talents shouldn't be like this. Could it be his teaching methods were flawed? Master, do I still have hope? Long Qing couldn't help but ask, having lost the fighting spirit he initially had, even developing a slight fear of cultivation, frightened by the disappointment he might see in his master. Without turning, Xianxia said, maybe you have a special physique. From tomorrow, I'll teach you body refinement. Body refinement? Yes, the path of immortal cultivation isn't only about energy absorption, maybe your physique needs long-term honing, to accumulate slowly and release suddenly. As Xianxia spoke, his tone grew increasingly determined. Whether Long Qing believed it or not, he believed first. Exactly. That must be it. Yang Jian was also physically strong, perhaps Guan chose Long Qing because they were similar. Hearing this, Long Qing immediately cheered up and began to jump for joy. When they reached the attic area, an Xian came up to them, smiling and asked, "Senior, why have you been bringing this boy around every day?" Xianxia pressed his palms together and said, "Amitba, this child and I have a connection, so I'm taking him around to play." After all, since Long Qing had no cultivation, no one could discover he was simplifying things secretly. "Hey, sister, why are you fussing so much?" Long Qing grumbled. "Humph, once I succeed in body refinement, you won't be able to boss me around." An Xian grinned at Long Qing, thinking to herself, "You cheeky boy, your feathers have grown firm, I'd like to see what you can learn from him." She verbally said, "All right, I'll leave you be." With that, she bowed to Xianxia and then took her leave. Xianxia watched her departing silhouette thoughtfully. Her cultivation hadn't improved, but she gave off a very subtle feeling, which he couldn't quite explain. Chapter 351, Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, Old Monster End of Summer. Mortal World Peak, Dingtian Peak. Guan was riding with his sleeves rolled up in the courtyard, and an Xian, wearing a mask, was cultivating beside him. A gentle breeze blew by, creating a picturesque scene. An Xian suddenly opened her eyes and curiously asked, "Master, what cultivation levels have my fellow disciples attained now?" Guan casually replied, "Your senior brother has reached the 5th floor of the Mystic Heart Realm, and your junior brother is at the 1st level of the Unification Realm." That high? An Xian couldn't help but widen her eyes. Look at Dingtian Peak, do their cultivation levels seem high here? Guan's words rendered an Xian silent. An Xian cautiously asked, "Master, do you really think I can become an immortal?" Her current actual cultivation level was only at the 8th floor of the core formation realm, far behind An Hao and Yang Jian. Don't think about that, but rather think about how you can achieve it. If even you don't believe in yourself, then you're truly finished. Guan's words seemed reasonable to an Xian, and she endeavored to adjust her mindset. "By the way, Master, is Senior Xianxia teaching Long Qing cultivation?" "Yes." "Has Long Qing also practiced energy-concealing sorcery?" "I can't even sense his spiritual power." "You're overthinking it. He hasn't yet cultivated any spiritual power." "What?" An Xian was astonished and pressed on, with the Tao level of Senior Xianxia, how could Long Qing possibly fail to cultivate spiritual power? "Some people are less talented than you," Guan offhandedly said. He did not reveal Long Qing's Nirvana realm cultivation level, fearing it would demoralize Long Qing. Moreover, Long Qing had a special identity. Both the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court might pursue him, and until Guan was confident he could protect him, he was not prepared to unlock the path of returning primordial spirit within him. After all, Long Qing now had a lifespan of over 10,000 years. It was good to let the young lad first cultivate his Daoist heart, to avoid treading the same path as Long Qing's ancestral great-ancestor Long Zhan. An Xian fell silent, suddenly feeling sorry for Long Qing. Given that lad's character, once he realized his limited talent, he would definitely be deeply affected. Guan didn't say more and concentrated on practicing his calligraphy. An Xian watched him, wanting to speak but hesitating. On reflection, since the master had already shown great kindness in sheltering Longqing, how could she demand that the master change his fate? Moreover, the master surely had his plans. Realizing this, an Xian composed herself and continued cultivating. 6 years later. The weather was clear, with white clouds adorning the blue sky, each assuming its unique posture. In the mountain woods. 20-year-old Longqing had fully matured, dressed in tight green clothing, squatting in a horse stance, and continuously punching despite being drenched in sweat. His eyes remained determined, exhaling consistently. His skin was flushed red, emitting steam, and his legs were trembling, ready to collapse at any moment. Xianxia stood beside him, holding a copy of Journey to the West, reading it and said, "Persist for another ancient hour to activate the medicinal effects." Longqing gritted his teeth and asked, "Master, my strength has increased quite a bit. How many levels of qi cultivation cultivators can I now defeat?" "You could defeat those at the 3rd level of qi cultivation." "What? Only the 3rd level?" Longqing showed a look of despair, but Xianxia offered no comfort. After mumbling a few words, Longqing revitalized his spirits, his eyes regaining their firmness. Xianxia, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the change in Longqing's demeanor, was privately satisfied. This lad has poor talent, but his temperament is decent. In his view, temperament was even more cultivable than cultivation, so he still held hope for Longqing. He was teaching Longqing on a whim and naturally was not in a hurry. Just then, Xianxia suddenly sensed something and abruptly looked up. Elsewhere. Nine-Finger Divine Lord, who was playing chess with Guan, also looked up. Guan looked up, urging, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and make your move." As he spoke, Guan's divine thought also locked onto outer heaven. In the starry sky of outer heaven, a vast space rift appeared out of nowhere, hanging right above the great heavenly spirit land, startling the mysterious beings in the sun into opening their eyes. In a moment, there's something going on in outer heaven. "I need to watch for a while," the Nine-Finger Divine Lord said impatiently. Guan looked up, feigning confusion. Under the scrutiny of his divine thought, a figure appeared within the mysterious rift, a man in a black robe, tall and broad-shouldered, with a stern face wearing a long silver jade crown. 2 brightly shining magic artifacts floated behind his head, resembling the sun and the moon, casting light on him, making him seem to radiate a brilliant glow. The moment this person appeared, the surface of the great heavenly spirit land's light layer fluctuated. Upon seeing him, Guan felt apprehensive. Unfortunately, his divine thought could not perform a lifespan detection. The robed man suddenly disappeared. The next second, Guan's divine thought shifted to the Holy Land where the Holy Court was located. Its qi fortune was impacted, gathering there, and he felt strong fighting emanations coming from the direction of the Holy Court. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord followed his gaze towards the direction of the Holy Land, frowning. He stood up and said, "Today counts as a draw. We shall continue another day." With that, he disappeared in thin air. Guan couldn't help muttering, "Always in a rush but still doesn't forget to hedge his bets, really an animal." While collecting the chess pieces, he kept an eye towards the direction of the Holy Court. Soon, the qi fortune of the Holy Court reassembled, making it difficult for him to forcefully probe, which piqued his curiosity about what was happening inside the Holy Court. He waited until nightfall. The robed man did not appear, and the holy domain remained unusually calm, but Guan saw many great cultivators heading toward the Holy Court like a shower of arrows. Clearly, something had occurred within the Holy Court. In the following days, there was still no activity in the Holy Court, and the space rifts in outer heaven had disappeared, nor was the robed man seen. Guan visited Immortal Seeking Island and Mortal World Peak and couldn't gather any intelligence, but the great cultivators at Mortal World Peak also noticed the activities at the Holy Court. Their numerous speculations left Guan feeling they were absurd. Until a month later. Guan, who was alchemizing inside the building, suddenly sensed something and slightly raised his brow. Why has he come here? Guan did not stand up, cautious not to startle the quarry. A person entered the third Medicine Valley, precisely the robed man who forcefully entered the holy court before. His appearance made Guan uneasy. Regardless of whether he was a friend or foe of the holy court, his arrival could potentially attract the holy court's attention. Guan did not wish to reveal himself. After carefully sensing, Guan's mood slightly eased. The guy's aura was very weak, suppressed to the core formation realm level, completely different from when he stormed the holy court, almost like two different people. After hesitating for a moment, Guan stood up and walked downstairs. As he walked down the stairs, he casually looked out, and when his gaze swept over the robed man, he quickly performed a lifespan detection without lingering. Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, Divine Thought True Immortal Realm 8th Floor 158763008/40000000/60000000, Divine Thought True Immortal Realm 8th Floor. Over 15 million years old. A maximum lifespan of 60 million years. Guan was astonished, looking at a true old monster. What is this guy doing in the third Medicine Valley? Is he targeting him? As Guan continued downstairs, he puzzled over this. At that moment, Ji Xiaoyu walked out of her room. She did not look towards Guan but towards the approaching Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. Chapter 352 Yin Yang Immortal Domain. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor proceeded, glancing around Medicine Valley without much curiosity. Having lived for over 15 million years, nothing much about his surroundings intrigued him, he was merely browsing. He felt Ji Xiaoyu's gaze and couldn't help but turn to look. As their eyes met, a smile appeared on his face. As for Guan behind Ji Xiaoyu, he was ignored. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor quickened his steps and came before Ji Xiaoyu, bowing with his fists. Your Majesty, it has been a long time. Your Majesty? Guan was curious, yet he sighed in relief at the same time. He was here for Ji Xiaoyu. As long as it wasn't for him, it was all right. Ji Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Let's talk inside the house. She turned to Guan and asked, do you want to listen? Upon hearing this, Guan hurriedly shook his head and then went downstairs, bowing with his fists when he passed by the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor just gave him a brief nod. Ji Xiaoyu pouted and then said, bring him in too. After speaking, she turned and entered the house. While Guan was walking, the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor grabbed his shoulder. Come in with us, the Emperor said in an undeniable tone. Guan had no choice but to turn around. The two of them entered Ji Xiaoyu's house, one after the other. Following them, the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor waved his sleeve, casting a mysterious restriction. Guan sat down on a stool to one side. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor sat down at the table and looked towards Ji Xiaoyu, smiling, Your Majesty, have you remembered? Ji Xiaoyu replied, I have recovered some memories, but not all. Why have you come to find me ahead of time? Guan eyed Ji Xiaoyu, uncertain how much of her memory was restored and how far she was from her true self. He felt a twinge of melancholy thinking of the little girl who used to cling to him, who aspired to be the lofty Reincarnation Path Emperor. The identity of the Reincarnation Path Emperor involved numerous major destinies. Once she regained her true form, she would certainly not remain in the Third Medicine Valley. The arrival of the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor signified that Ji Xiaoyu's departure was imminent. Anyone with a little ability wouldn't stay in Medicine Valley. Guan had seen off many people, each time, it was somewhat poignant. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor glanced at Guan, then responded, a major change occurred in the Yin Yang Immortal Domain, so I came earlier to find you. I recently retrieved your soul jade from the Holy Court. After saying this, he flipped his right hand, revealing a purple crystal stone glowing with a dim light, floating above his palm. As soon as this purple crystal stone appeared, it burrowed into Ji Xiaoyu's forehead, and she closed her eyes. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor looked again at Guan and asked, Do you know her identity? Guan feigned hesitation. I knew her in a former life, heard she was once the reincarnation path emperor in one lifetime, but am not clear about what that entails. With so many years lived by the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, Ji Xiaoyu's original age must be even greater. Could the Ji family have such a long history? Could it be that the initial Ji Xiaoyu didn't belong to the Ji family? Then why was she birthed into the Ji family for 2 consecutive lifetimes? What is hidden within the Ji family that fascinates her so? The status of the reincarnation path emperor is even higher than you think. She has lived for over 20 million years, and the current reincarnation cycle is merely her way of gaining experience, said the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor calmly. Gu An's face drastically changed, his mouth opened, but he couldn't speak. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor smiled, thinking he had struck a blow to Gu, and silence fell in the room. After a while, Ji Xiaoyu opened her eyes. The change in her gaze reminded Guan of the Ji Xiaoyu who once caused a stir in the 7 Stars spirit realm, exuding a cold demeanor. A few moments later, Ji Xiaoyu's gaze and demeanor returned to how they were before. She looked towards the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor and asked, snatching the soul jade from the Holy Court must not have been easy, right? It cost me some injuries, but 10,000 years of recovery should suffice, the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor replied. 10,000 years seemed like just a day to him. I don't want to leave just yet, Ji Xiaoyu mused. No worries, no rush, staying a few hundred years is fine. It'll heal my wounds, and those fools in the Holy Court definitely won't guess that I'm still within the great heavenly spirit land. He sized up Gu An's entire karma in a glance, aware of Gu An's age, and felt that given Gu An's Dao level, he wouldn't live past 1,000 years. Once Guan died, Ji Xiaoyu's current cycle of reincarnation should also end, and then he could welcome the real reincarnation path emperor. Guan really wanted to say that they could leave now, but seeing Ji Xiaoyu's expression, he held back. Alright, I'll go out for a walk, the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor said, standing up and walking towards the door. He did not remove the restriction inside the house. He guessed that Ji Xiaoyu still had many things to reveal to Guan, things that the immortal path beings in Medicine Valley should not overhear. After the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor closed the door, Ji Xiaoyu sighed. Guan asked, why such tension? Isn't he one of your people? Those capable of subordinating a divine thought true immortal, the Tao level of the reincarnation path emperor must be incalculable. He respects my past life. I've dreamt of his battles, he is terrifying, maybe even stronger than Sword Venerable Fudao. Ji Xiaoyu took a deep breath and answered. Stronger than me? How could that be? I'm a whole minor realm above him, and he can't see through my cultivation level. If I sneak attack, he surely won't be prepared. Such were Gu An's thoughts, which, of course, were just thoughts. He had no grievances or quarrels with the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, so naturally, he could not make a move. Where is the Yin-Yang Immortal Domain located? Guan curiously asked. Beyond the outer reaches, there is the Silent Destruction Domain, which surrounds the great heavenly spirit land, and he always suspected that beyond the Silent Destruction Domain lay more vast worlds. Dark Great Heaven and Earth, Divine Origin Great Heaven and Earth, Primordial Great Heaven and Earth. Now having heard of the Yin-Yang Immortal Domain, Guan grew increasingly curious about the outer reaches. How high is the pinnacle of the immortal path? The Yin-Yang Immortal Domain is very far from here, and one must traverse a region rife with demons. It's extremely dangerous. I've dreamt that it took me many years of battle to arrive here. I have not recalled much about the Yin-Yang Immortal Domain, only that it is very dark, devoid of the sun. Ji Xiaoyu immersed herself in reminiscences, her tone tinged with subtle melancholy. Unable to help himself, Guan asked, I've always been curious, what exactly is your relationship with the Ji family, and why were you born into it again this lifetime? Ji Xiaoyu frowned upon hearing this. Guan waited for her response. After a moment, Ji Xiaoyu finally spoke. The Ji family was founded by a sworn son of mine. I only remember that he died for me. On his deathbed, he asked me to look after his children. That happened over 20,000 years ago, and thus the Ji family came to be. Guan suddenly understood and pursued the topic. So, the Ji family shares your surname? Yes, the Ji surname seems quite significant, though I haven't recalled all the details yet, Ji Xiaoyu said, looking at Guan, then asked, anything else you'd like to ask? Guan quickly shook his head, no, I have nothing more to ask. Asking too much only leads to more trouble. It's fine, who are we but to each other? Ask away and broaden your horizons. Know that even the high levels of the Supreme Sect don't have access to these things. Ji Xiaoyu looked at Guan, her expression a half-mocking smile. Guan always felt she was scheming something. He immediately stood up, bid his farewell, and left. Ji Xiaoyu watched Guan's departing back, and only after he had closed the door did the smile on her face fade. She furrowed her brows and sank into deep thought. The addition of the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor didn't change the environment of the Third Medicine Valley. Unlike Nine-Finger Divine Lord and Shenxinzi, he disdained interacting with mortals. Once Guan arranged his residence, he began his reclusion. 10 years blinked by and the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor remained within his own room, sparking much speculation among the disciples in the valley. One day, Guan went to visit Xiaochuan. Just as Xiaochuan was receiving Guan, an incident occurred in the residence that required his attention, leaving Guan waiting in the courtyard. Name, Guan, lifespan, 367/638, 909, 402, physique, primordial ultimate body, cultivation level, divine thought true immortal realm 9 layers. Looking at his attribute panel, Guan started calculating how long it would take to reach 1 billion years of lifespan. Currently, his lifespan income per year ranged between 1.5 and 1.8 million years, which was quite considerable. He planned to aim for a comprehensive upgrade after reaching 1 billion years, then break through to the next realm. The next step would be the 9th level cultivation level of the 9th heavens of the immortal path. He wondered how many more years of lifespan would be required to surpass the 9th heavens of the immortal path. Guan poured himself some wine, his thoughts returning to the present. He heard Xiaochuan's descendants arguing. It was about a marriage alliance. The current family head wanted to ally with a certain noble family. The chosen girl was unwilling, and her parents could not bear to force her, but the family head intended to compel her, leading to the quarrel. Guan just listened, without any intention to intervene. After all, what place did he have to interfere in such matters? An hour later, Xiaochuan finally returned. As he sat down and poured himself some wine, he sighed, these good-for-nothing things. If the day comes when I'm gone, the family will surely be ruined by them. Guan chuckled, children and grandchildren have their own fortunes, don't worry about it. You cannot solve all of life's challenges for them. Xiaochuan looked at Guan and said, brother, you advised me to establish a family and career, yet you haven't done so yourself. Did you foresee this situation and intentionally torment me? Guan glanced at him and said, if you find it painful, then just abandon them. The world is vast, if it comes to it, come back to the Third Medicine Valley. Xiaochuan shook his head with a wry smile, his words were in jest. Although life was full of annoyances, he didn't regret his choices and cherished what he had. The two continued drinking, their conversation shifting to the Supreme Sect. Xiaochuan had more than a dozen descendants in the Supreme Sect, some of whom had returned to the Xiaochuan household. They brought back various news about the sect, making Xiaochuan nostalgic for it. The Supreme Sect was where he had spent most of his life, how could he remain indifferent? As they talked, Xiaochuan suddenly said, brother, could I perhaps choose someone from the Xiaochuan household to be your disciple in the future? He had always been hesitant to bother Guan, but Guan kept visiting him, even bonding well with the Xiaochuan descendants. He thought he was being overly cautious and decided to establish a closer relationship, giving his descendants a source of support. Of course, but I'll make the choice, Guan said with a smile. He already had a target in mind, after all, he could see Xiaochuan's fate. Chapter 353, Earth-Shattering, Immortal Dynasty Banquet. Of course you can. Who do you want to choose? Do you want to go take a look now? Xiaochuan readily agreed, even rising to his feet. Guan hurriedly said, "Don't rush, not now." Xiaochuan replied, "Just to take a look, what if someone catches your eye right now?" "No rush, the disciple I want to take in hasn't been born yet." Guan waved his hand, and every time he expounded the Tao to Xiaochuan, Xiaochuan's fate kept changing, which also caused the fate of the Xiaochuan residents to change. "I see." Xiaochuan sat back down, thoughtfully. In recent years, he often entered a mysterious state, and in that state, his cultivation perplexities that he couldn't figure out would be easily resolved, giving him a feeling of enlightenment. Now that he thought about it, could it have something to do with his senior brother? He was so ordinary, his only blessing was his senior brother. If not for his senior brother's primordial reincarnation skill, he might already have been buried in the ground. Guan began to talk about significant events in the immortal cultivation world, quickly drawing Xiaochuan's interest. It wasn't until nightfall that Guan left. He headed to the 8 scenic caves, prepared to spend the night alone. He lay under the green vine tree, his divine thought piercing through the mountains, spying beyond the heavens. Ever since the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor had suddenly descended, the Holy Court had dispatched a bunch of great cultivators to patrol the outer realms. These individuals, with their cultivation levels at the very least in the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, also made the traversing heaven and earth flying immortals feel nervous. The news of the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor's attack on the Holy Court also spread, and no one knew what had exactly happened. Nonetheless, someone being able to burst into the Holy Court was enough to shock all sects in the world. Guan could feel a tense atmosphere pervading the great heaven and earth, but what it was specifically due to, he could not say for sure. Anyway, as his divine thought swept across, the world was still peaceful. It's worth mentioning, after the heaven sect's leader passed away, Yang Jian returned to the Holy Court. How he is faring now is unknown. Without the great Nether Saint King, Yang Jian should be able to regain his identity as the Holy King. Guan was curious, how does a reincarnated being like him recover his previous cultivation? Does it involve recultivating? Currently, it seems Ji Xiaoyu doesn't need to recultivate. The primordial Daoist talisman contains vast mana and can restore her to her peak state at any time. Thinking this, Guan considered experiencing lifespan samsara once more. But he held back. He couldn't keep wasting his lifespan, he needed to gather 1 billion years of lifespan as soon as possible and then make a breakthrough. 2 divine immortals of wondrous dharma had already appeared, making him feel uneasy just thinking about it. He must be the highest realm in his environment, otherwise, he felt no sense of security. 1 billion years, he thought, I need to step it up. Having decided to sprint towards 1 billion years of lifespan, Guan began to keep busy. He used Immortal Seeking Island to collect more high-rank medical herbs and expanded the medicinal herb production at Dingtian Peak. The holy salary from the Holy Court had also been delivered by a heaven and earth flying immortal, who handed it over to Guan, incarnated as Sword Venerable Fudao, at the edge of the continent. It's undeniable that the benefits of a third-grade heavenly position were terrifying: 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones, 100 vials of extremely high-grade spirit pills, as well as a large batch of medicinal herb seeds. This also advanced the process of accumulating lifespan for Guan. Every day of Guan's life became busy, either running around or teaching an Xian cultivation, expounding the Tao for Yilan, Xiaochuan, and Zhenqin. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had swiftly passed by. In the early autumn of this year, Outer World Cave welcomed a significant harvest, and Guan successfully reaped 50 million years of lifespan. Currently, he could only harvest up to 8th rank medicinal herbs. 9th rank medicinal herbs would need even more time to grow. Feeling elated, Guan walked into Medicine Valley, humming a tune under his breath. Gazing at the nearly 750 million years of lifespan, he couldn't help but smile. From a distance, he spotted the figures of Xianxia and Long Qing. Their master-disciple relationship had long been made public. No matter how Xianxia taught, Long Qing just couldn't muster a speck of spiritual power. Presently, Long Qing was on the path of physical cultivation. One had to admit, an innate immortal spirit truly was formidable. Even at 60, Long Qing's strength was terrifying, capable of contending with a core formation realm blood prison great saint. Guan had raised the cultivation level of blood prison great saint to the core formation realm, and Enzin's cultivation had similarly risen to the core formation realm, while his own was at the nascent soul realm. Enzin's actual cultivation level had already reached the 7th layer of the nascent soul realm. Previously, the restrictions of the primordial reincarnation skill were lifted, and coupled with Guan's regular Dao explications, her maximum lifespan had increased to 570 years. Guan saw Long Qing's face full of excitement. It seemed that today he had made progress on the physical cultivation path. Master. Upon seeing Guan, Long Qing immediately called out and waved at him. Xianxia also nodded in greeting toward Guan. Guan walked towards them, prepared to chat and inquire about Long Qing's cultivation progress. Just at that moment, the earth trembled violently, causing panic among everyone in the valley. Xianxia frowned and immediately stamped his foot. A golden light burst from his body, rapidly expanding and covering the entire Third Medicine Valley. With that, peace returned to the valley and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time Long Qing felt the mana of Xianxia. He turned his head to look at Xianxia, full of admiration. A golden glowing Xianxia, like a sage Buddha present on earth, radiated a domineering divine might. Guan acted out his part while his divine thought peered into the distance. The entire Taizong continent was trembling, and even the surrounding oceans were brewing towering waves. The source of all this was a distant continent, where lightning flashed, and fierce winds raged. Guan's divine thought quickly locked onto a figure. The person hovered midair. Below him, thousands of miles of mountains lay in ruins, the sky permeated with billowing dust, churning like fog. This was a heaven and earth flying immortal. His qi blood was soaring wildly. He seemed to have cultivated a formidable physique, in Guan's judgment no less formidable than Yang Jian's mystic gang dominator body. Guan saw that many great cultivators were rushing towards this heaven and earth flying immortal. He didn't look any further and quickly withdrew his divine thought. Striding toward Xianxia, he asked anxiously, "What happened?" Xianxia looked into the distance, his expression grave. Long Qing spoke up, "Master, don't be afraid. With my second master here, even if the sky falls, there's nothing to fear." He now had a blind worship for Xianxia, and was so excited that when he said this, he had a bragging tone, which made Guan want to laugh. Guan showed a smile, a look of relief on his face, then inquired about Long Qing's cultivation progress. Once the topic turned to this, Long Qing immediately became energized, claiming that he had just mastered a powerful fist technique that could punch and shatter a 30-foot-high hill. Xianxia didn't pay attention to the master and disciple. He vanished into thin air. Elsewhere, Ji Xiaoyu stepped out of her house, looking towards the horizon. A defying blood treasure body, a rare sight indeed. The great heavenly spirit land sure still holds its roots deep. Perhaps when the day comes for the holy court to fall, this land may soar instead. The sun and moon netherworld emperor appeared beside Ji Xiaoyu, chuckling teasingly. Ji Xiaoyu turned her head to look at him and asked, "The holy court is so strong, how could it possibly fall?" The sun and moon netherworld emperor, arms crossed in front of his chest, replied with a closed-eye smile, "That's not a given. The most powerful forces also have their times of demise. The holy court has existed for too long and is approaching its calamity. This is also one of the reasons for Shengshen's reincarnations." Without waiting for a reply, Ji Xiaoyu glanced at the distant figure of Guan then asked, "Can you predict when the holy court's calamity will come?" "That I cannot do. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Though my cultivation is high, I still stand no different than mortal spirits when facing the heavenly Tao. said the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor with a shake of his head. Wait and see, a good show is about to begin soon. As soon as the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor finished speaking, he vanished from the spot. Ji Xiaoyu's brows furrowed, she did not believe in any good show. The good show the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor spoke of was surely some kind of catastrophe, involving the Holy Court, definitely no trivial matter. An ancient hour later, the trembling of the Taitsang continent finally stopped. The shaking had caused many commoners to lose homes and lives, and even the creatures within the forests were affected. All the major sects were sending disciples down the mountain to save the distressed. This had nothing to do with Guan. If an enemy that common beings couldn't withstand attacked the continent, he might still lend a hand, but he wouldn't intervene in disasters akin to natural calamities. Intervening too much would only lead to expectations, and if Guan chose not to intervene in the future, it would be seen as wrongdoing. He couldn't let the common beings believe that he was obligated to protect everything. In the lives of mortals, calamities are unavoidable, and their magnitude varies. By evening, Guan saw the heaven and earth flying immortal do battle with the great cultivators of various sects, even startling the main city of the Broken Sea domain and forcing the carefree primordial immortal to take action. This individual's physique was indeed strong. Even besieged by a group of heaven and earth flying immortals, he held his ground until the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma intervened, at which point he was subdued. Captured by the Holy Court, his fate was uncertain. Guan didn't pay it much mind. Beings that shook heaven and earth popped up from time to time in this world, it's just that in the past, the Broken Sea domain was too far away to be affected. As years passed by. Another 5 years went by. On Mortal World Peak, Dingtian Peak. Within the courtyard, Guan listened to Zhu Xinglan's report while an Xian cultivated at his side. The Immortal Dynasty rarely invites all sects of the world to a gathering, and the main peak hopes you could join them, Master, to avoid any deceit, said Zhu Xinglan, his brows furrowed as he mentioned the concern. Guan held a book in his hand and nonchalantly asked, "What gathering?" "It's a banquet. The Immortal Dynasty's Yangxian Emperor wishes to discuss the Tao with all the sects of the world and has even brought out immortal fruits, which, it said, can be harvested once every 1,000,000 years. Consuming one could enhance one's insight and refine sinews and bones. Whether it's true or not, I don't know." "Is that so?" "Well, I won't be going." "All right, I'll inform the main peak," Zhu Xinglan replied without further persuasion. He wasn't worried about Guan getting into trouble. The Dingtian peak was finally rising, thanks in large part to Guan, and naturally, Zhu Xinglan didn't want him to stumble into misfortune. Hearing about the immortal fruits, Guan did want to go, but on second thought, with so many sects gathered, trouble was likely to occur. The Holy Court might intervene. By not going, he might miss out on the fruits, but going could invite trouble. Guan spoke up, instructing Zhu Xinglan to expand the medicinal herb cultivation on Dingtian Peak, claiming it was for the disciples' cultivation resources, which touched Zhu Xinglan deeply. To have such a master was truly their fortune. After Zhu Xinglan left, Guan finally put down his book. He suddenly felt a presence. Lu Lingjun. She had come to Mortal World Peak again with the Holy Mother of Western Spirit, leading a group that included a carefree primordial immortal. The Bitter Sea Buddha sect had also sent many people, likely to discuss something significant. Guan paid no heed and stood up, saying, "An Xian, it's time to go back." At his words, an Xian immediately stood up and walked towards Guan. Chapter 354 The True Immortal. The next morning, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint to the outer gate city, having not visited for several months. Today, he sensed the presence of an old friend and decided to take a stroll. He didn't seek out that old friend, instead wandering around the city. Nowadays, more and more people greeted him as he walked, and he couldn't help but wonder if, in 1,000 years, the supreme sect would be filled with his disciples. TSK, and who knows how many more years he would need to become a supreme elder. The Blood Prison Great Saint, having reached the core formation realm, was even more imposing, standing 2 meters tall with its blood-red fur fluttering as they walked, causing disciples along the way to frequently look back. Master, why can't Long Qing cultivate spiritual power? Yet, his qi blood is increasing so quickly, the blood prison great saint suddenly asked. Guan was not worried about people on the street overhearing, and he casually replied, perhaps there's some hidden reason. Upon hearing this, the blood prison great saint felt more certain of his conjecture and asked cautiously, is he the same as me? Guan answered, and the blood prison great saint thought to himself that it must be true. No wonder Xianxia couldn't see through it, it was the master's doing all along. But why did the master seal Long Qing's powers? This kid is really outrageous, his physique growing rapidly even with his cultivation sealed. Could his talent be even more terrifying than Yang Jian's? The master always finds peerless talents. On second thought, perhaps it's through the master's intervention that these people become peerless talents, like an Xian, whose insight and talent grow stronger day by day. The blood prison great saint reflected silently, marveling at the unfathomable depth of his master's Dao level. After a while, he carried Guan to the heavenly repair platform. The heavenly repair platform was bustling as usual, crowded with people. Guan's eyes landed on someone concealing a 7th-layer cultivation level of the carefree immortal realm. It was Zhang Xianwang from the Immortal dynasty. During a previous conference at the heavenly rankings, Zhang Xianwang had represented the Immortal dynasty to win over Sword Venerable Fudao, meeting Guan then. Zhang Xianwang had also met with the Heaven sect, and many years had passed, with the Heaven sect having died. Guan wondered what Zhang Xianwang would think upon hearing this. Guan got off and walked up to the heavenly repair platform. Hey, kid, long time no see. A figure suddenly bumped into Guan's shoulder, it was Gu Yu. Back in the day, using the names Gu Yu and Gu Zong as father and son, Guan had written his first invigorating novel, Supreme Immortal Venerable, making Gu Yu famous across the world. Their friendship was excellent. After Li Ye and Wu Ju became prodigies, the best relationship Guan had was with Gu Yu and Zhuo Lin. Guan rolled his eyes at him and said unenthusiastically, didn't we just see each other the year before last? Gu Yu still looked young, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, have we drifted apart? Not seeing each other for 2 years, don't you miss me? Definitely not, I'm afraid you'll pester me to write a book again. Go away, am I that shallow? By the way, have you heard about Li Ye recently? He inherited the legacy of 3 Pure Ones Mountain, it's unbelievable, they say he is now a great cultivator of mystic heart realm. Gu Yu mentioned Li Ye, then became extremely emotional. He had become the surprised bystander character in the Supreme Immortal Venerable. That's the difference between reality and fiction, he was the brilliant protagonist in the novel, but in reality, he could only marvel at the achievements of his peers. Guan also felt emotional, admiring and respecting Li Ye. While they were chatting, Zhang Xianwang suddenly approached. Zhang Xianwang, dressed in a white robe, exuded an aura of immortality, drawing attention even on the heavenly repair platform. Guan, little brother, long time no see, Zhang Xianwang's voice came first, radiating cheerfulness. Guan turned to look, surprised, and said, Daoist friend Zhang, what brings you here? When did you arrive? He immediately bypassed Gu Yu and walked quickly toward Zhang Xianwang. Having not seen each other for many years, Zhang Xianwang was very pleased to see Guan. He had been thinking about the little friend with the Dao pattern on his forehead and wondering how he was doing. Gu Yu sized up Zhang Xianwang, sensing that this person's cultivation was definitely not simple. Now at the nascent soul realm himself, his insight was far beyond what it once was. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Guan introduced Gu Yu to Zhang Xianwang, but unfortunately, Zhang Xianwang showed little interest and merely nodded lightly. Why don't we find a place to talk? Zhang Xianwang suggested, looking at Guan. After hearing this, Guan could only say goodbye to Gu Yu and then followed Zhang Xianwang away. Gu Yu watched Guan's retreating back and couldn't help muttering, what kind of physique does this kid have? Or is it special chi fortune? How does he always attract high-level individuals? Inside the third medicine valley, many great cultivators gathered, some to play chess, others drawn by the nine-finger divine lord and Xianxia, making the Hall of Elders very curious about Guan. However, with LV Baishan's support, no one dared to disturb Guan. After a while, Guan followed Zhang Xianwang to an inn, choosing a windowside seat on the third floor, where they were the only diners at that moment. Zhang Xianwang inquired about how Guan had been these past years, and Guan started recounting his everyday life. Though it was simple, Zhang Xianwang listened intently. He had long told Guan that having Dao patterns, he would certainly be approached by others, but he hadn't expected Guan to still lead such an ordinary life. The mundane things spoken from Guan's mouth somehow became interesting to Zhang Xianwang. Hearing that the Bull Demon King could never catch up to the White Spirit Rat, Zhang Xianwang couldn't help but laugh. It was not until the server had brought all the food and drinks that Zhang Xianwang began to speak seriously, not to hide, "I come from the Immortal Dynasty." Guan stared, asking, "Which Immortal Dynasty?" "In a far-off place, there is a continent that you call the ends of the earth. The beings there are born with cultivation of the Nirvana realm, starting with a lifespan of at least 10,000 years, Zhang Xianwang began to describe the Immortal Dynasty, leaving Guan dumbfounded. After outlining the basics of the Immortal Dynasty, Zhang Xianwang gazed at Guan and asked, "Would you like to join the Immortal Dynasty? I can help you reach the Nirvana realm." Guan swallowed and asked, "Can I definitely reach it? Can I bring others along?" Zhang Xianwang glared at him and said, "I only have my eyes on you, and you want to bring others? Forget it, the Immortal Dynasty doesn't just casually accept beings from the outside." Hearing this, Guan was immediately disappointed. Zhang Xianwang felt both amused and annoyed, looking at Guan with even greater admiration. "Do you believe there are real immortals in the world?" Zhang Xianwang asked. Guan answered, "Of course, there are mountain gods on our continent, and I've heard there's a heavenly court overseas." Zhang Xianwang scoffed, "The heavenly court is not the court of immortal gods. I'm talking about real immortals, like the heavenly court in Journey to the West. Our Immortal Dynasty is always seeking the true immortals, and I'll tell you the truth, we found them. We will clear the obstacles for the immortals, winning their favor for this world." As he spoke, his face showed longing. "Real immortals?" Guan asked nervously, "Where are they?" Zhang Xianwang raised his hand and pointed upward, then said, "Join us, or you will disappear along with the dirt of this mortal world." Outer heaven? Guan suddenly believed it. Even if it wasn't a true immortal, it must be an extremely powerful existence, powerful enough for the Immortal Dynasty to contend with the heavenly court. But he was already a third-grade heavenly position Holy Sword of the Heavenly Court, how could he join the Immortal Dynasty? Although he had always been assigned various identities, from what Zhang Xianwang implied, did the Immortal Dynasty intend to end the world? Chapter 355, The Power of Destiny. Seeing Guan remain silent, Zhang Xianwang continued to speak of the great strength of the Immortal Dynasty, whose history was even more ancient than the Holy Court, spanning countless epochs. The first immortal king of the mortal world was the founder of the Immortal Dynasty. He once contended against the heavens, although he failed and caused the mortal world to be submerged by the sea, his power was undeniable. To this day, the Holy Court has not produced a being of his equal. Zhang Xianwang revealed a look of longing, surprising Guan. The immortal king was actually the founder of the Immortal Dynasty. If that was the case, why didn't they pursue the Immortal King crown? Was it because the Immortal King crown would devour vitality? Guan pondered, suddenly feeling that the Immortal King crown might hold secrets. Thinking carefully, the Immortal King crown had weakened so much that even the souls of the Mahayana realm could not fully suppress it. Many changes must have occurred over the long years. After a while, when Zhang Xianwang paused, Guan took a deep breath and asked, "Did you come to the Supreme Sect specifically for me? It should not be, right? To rally Sword Venerable Fudao?" But Sword Venerable Fudao had already declined. Zhang Xianwang smiled, his gaze turning towards the window. "Of course not, but I cannot tell you my purpose for the time being. Guan seemed to think of something, his divine thought probing out, quickly covering the broken sea domain. He discovered that in other continents and oceans, the immortal spirits of the immortal dynasty hid their chi fortune deeply, but they could not escape the eyes of a true immortal's divine thought. He elevated his divine thought further, covering a broader expanse of heaven and earth. Looking from a macroscopic perspective, the immortal spirits of the immortal dynasty were scattered all over the world, spying on chi fortunes, their fortunes as numerous as the stars in the universe. What was the immortal dynasty planning? While thinking, Guan responded, "Thank you for your kindness, Daoist friend, but I cannot abandon the supreme sect, I apologize." Zhang Xianwang turned his gaze towards Guan, smiling, "No rush, you still have time to consider. I will stay at the supreme sect for a few years." Guan nodded, and then Zhang Xianwang changed the subject, and the two began to drink together. The wind outside the window suddenly became stronger, blowing the grasses on the windowsill. Zhang Xianwang's arrival did not stir up any storm at the supreme sect, which remained calm, but, of course, that was only on the surface. Each disciple was still experiencing their own rivers and lakes and struggles. 7 days later, Guan took an Xian again to the mortal world peak, where they first roamed around, picking medicinal herbs along the way. Along the way, Guan ran into Su Shi. After paying respects, Su Shi hooked arms with an Xian, and the two whispered aside. Because Su Shi had once helped Guan receive Spirit Lord Lu, he would occasionally give some pointers for Su Zai's cultivation, and over time, Su Shi and an Xian had become familiar. After they chatted for a while, Guan suddenly said, "Su Shi, take an Xian to find Spirit Lord Lu, she has come again. Just do as before." Spirit Lord Lu? Anzin's eyes widened beneath her mask, and right after, she heard Gu An's transmitted message, her expression turning odd. She seemed to think of something, her eyes becoming excited. Then, the two women flew towards Debating Peak. Guan roamed alone, wandering aimlessly, occasionally chatting with disciples from Dingtian Peak. He noticed that the immortal dynasty also had immortal spirits at the mortal world peak, hidden in Debating Peak without revealing any trace of the immortal dynasty's chi fortune, their presence unnoticed by everyone on the mortal world peak. Guan did not intend to intervene. The immortal dynasty was plotting, certainly against the holy court. He could not afford to be the spearhead. The immortal dynasty invited various sects while arranging for immortal spirits to go to each sect. What exactly were they calculating? Guan felt that even if the immortal dynasty wished to destroy the world, it seemed unlikely. In his view, the immortal dynasty was no match for the holy court. Time swiftly passed. In the evening, an Xian returned, and Guan took her back to the supreme sect. As the teacher and disciple walked through the forest, an Xian removed her mask, speaking excitedly, "Master, I suddenly understand the feeling of hiding one's identity. Senior Lu did not recognize me, even mistaking me for a senior. In the past, she was very respectful towards Spirit Lord Lu, never imagining that one day their positions would be reversed. She suddenly understood why her master hid his cultivation level and looked after acquaintances under a different identity. The feeling was quite wonderful. Master, if Senior Lu knew your true identity, she would definitely regret, after all the years wandering around outside, her distance from you has only increased. At the third Medicine Valley, she could spar with you. At Mortal World Peak, even her master does not have the qualifications to meet with you." Saying this, an Xian couldn't help but feel moved, filled with gratitude. Seeing Spirit Lord Lu today, she realized once again how lucky she was. Compared to Spirit Lord Lu, she had not sacrificed much, yet she had achieved a status Spirit Lord Lu could not even dream of. "Think no more of it, your teacher just wants to cultivate quietly, not getting involved in too many troubles. You too, no matter what achievements you attain, always maintain a humble heart," Guan casually replied. An Xian nodded, "I understand, Master. You care so much for Senior Lu, her future achievements will surely be great." I'm just reflecting on how different choices lead to different paths. By the way, Master, is the Bitter Sea Buddha sect powerful? Compared to Mortal World Peak, which is stronger? Those high monks seem very strong, their presence even more formidable than Shinzin's. I wonder what they are doing at Mortal World Peak, she began to ask endlessly. In reality, she wasn't looking for answers but merely wanted to express her feelings. Guan listened to her speak, not continuing the conversation. He also felt emotional. The emotion was about how different realms perceive different worlds. Spirit Lord Lu was pursuing her path of immortal cultivation, and Xian was carefree under his protection, each living their own life, but how could they know that a catastrophe was about to unfold across the world? If the Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court went to war, it would surely affect the entire world. In front of these two colossal entities, the lives of beings seemed so fragile. Focus on your cultivation, regardless, Spirit Lord Lu is still the goal you strive for, Guan said, looking ahead. Yes, I will work hard, not to let down the favor you show me now, Master. An Xian stated resolutely, her eyes determined, her heart full of anticipation. Under the blue sky, imposing mountains stood tall, the breeze blowing, birds soared freely. And Hao, dressed in blue and white, stood halfway up the mountain, his head tilted upward, observing a figure at the summit. The figure was tall, his entire body emitting a red glow. Looking closely, flames surged within the red glow. This man, wrapped in flames, had an imposing bearing and an indifferent expression. His luxurious clothing gave off an otherworldly vibe. He looked down at Hao, saying, "Innate immense chi fortune, your life grid emits an imperial aura. Join the Immortal Dynasty, you have a destiny with us." Hao squinted, responding, "The Immortal Dynasty?" Claiming to be immortal, quite arrogant. He twisted his neck as flames rose on his body. The flame primordial treasure body. His aura soared, causing the mountain beneath him to shatter, dust rising like smoke, rocks flying chaotically. Seeing this, the man at the summit smiled, appreciation shining in his eyes. "You seem yet to uncover your true physique," the man in the red glow spoke. "What do you mean?" Hao asked, sensing no hostility from the other. He did not rush to attack. "If you can cultivate the flame primordial treasure body, it means your innate physique is incredibly strong. You possess a physique surpassing the ancient treasure body. Unfortunately, no one has helped you uncover this point. Join the Immortal Dynasty, with such chi fortune, you are naturally the darling of heaven and earth, only the Immortal Dynasty can help you grow better." The red glow man paused, then continued, "In the Immortal Dynasty, our citizens are born in the Nirvana realm, our emperor has reached the 8th realm of the immortal path. Don't you want to know why your talent is so strong? Perhaps you were born an immortal spirit. Why not join us in pursuing the true immortal?" Hao listened, his expression changing. Born in the Nirvana realm? The 8th realm of the immortal path? Hao, having adventured across the seas for many years, was encountering such a powerful force for the first time. He became interested in the Immortal Dynasty, yet he did not easily believe the other's words. If the Immortal Dynasty is indeed so powerful, I indeed could join, but before that, you must first defeat me. Hao leaped up, flying to the sky, his flames intensifying, as if a bright sun had suddenly appeared in the sky, illuminating the land. The red glow man looked up, a smile on his face. He spoke, "Then are you ready to face the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma?" Divine immortal of wondrous Dharma? Hao instinctively frowned, his expression suddenly changing. As the year drew to a close, Guan was discussing paintings with Shenzhen in his house. As they chatted, he suddenly lost interest, feigning attention to Shenzhen while using his divine thought to explore what his old acquaintances were doing. Liya was still at 3 Pure Ones Mountain, seeking path enlightenment, cultivating some divine skill. Jianghu was negotiating tensely with senior members of other sections. Wu Ju was training in Demon Land, accompanied by a woman. Guan caught them being intimate, startling him enough to quickly move his divine thought away. Broad daylight, with grass as their mat, unexpectedly bold. Guan remarked internally, then looked towards others. Yilan and Zhen Qin were investigating a mysterious case regarding a subsect, quite troubled. Hold on. Where was Anhao? Guan immediately pursued Anhao's qi, finding that the young man had already left the broken sea domain, flying towards the ends of the earth. Anhao was accompanied by the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. An immortal spirit from the immortal dynasty? Guan eavesdropped on their conversation, soon learning that Anhao intended to join the immortal dynasty. He suddenly felt the power of destiny. Yang Jian went to the holy court, Anhao to the immortal dynasty. The two had previously agreed to spar at the Heavenly List convention. Could it really be that when they meet, it would be on the battlefield? Guan merely contemplated, not stopping Anhao. Though he felt the immortal dynasty had slim chances, since the dynasty had existed for so many years, it certainly had some depth. If Anhao were unwilling, he would have called out for his teacher in his mind. After a while, Guan withdrew his divine thought. Recently, when painting, I thought of a scene I want to capture, yet I fear it might provoke heavenly wrath. Should I paint it? Shenzhen suddenly asked. Guan shook his head, don't paint it, just tell me. Shenzhen inhaled deeply, his voice mysterious. I envisioned a scene with two figures confronting each other. One like the brilliant sun, the other sovereign of all under heaven. They stand above the 9 heavens, blades clashing. Chapter 356, Yuan Su, the immortal ancestor, initiates reincarnation. Hearing Shenzhen's words, Gu Anil laughed and asked, what do you think it is? A prophecy? Shenzhen rolled her eyes at him, saying, it just popped into my mind out of nowhere. That vision was so shocking that I still get goosebumps thinking about it. Whether it's a prophecy or not, I'm not sure. If you think of anything else in the future, keep me updated, Guan continued with a smile. I'm quite curious about what will happen to the two figures you spoke of. Guan thought of Anhao and Yang Jian. However, their cultivation levels weren't that high yet. To reach full maturity, who knows how many years it would take. Could it be the ruler of the immortal dynasty, Yang Xian Emperor, and Shengtian? That's not right either. Where could Shenzhen's Dao level reach to predict the confrontation of the 8th or 9th heavens of immortal path? Shenzhen nodded, suddenly getting excited. Guan, do you think I could be the reincarnation of an immortal? I'm so unique. Nowhere in the world is there a second person who can achieve path enlightenment through writing and painting, and I can even foresee visions that seem to hint at the secrets of heaven. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, her eyes shining. By the end, she even stood up, hitting the table with her hand. She looked down at Guan, who was still seated, and asked eagerly, Guan, do you think I can be considered the protagonist in your novel? Guan's face twitched as he asked, are you trying to be awkward? Shenzhen often heard him use some baffling terms, but now she understood his meaning. Shooting Guan a glare, she sat back down and drifted into wild flights of fancy, a dazed smile on her face. Guan couldn't be bothered to respond again. He picked up his writing brush and started writing. Nowadays, he spent most of his time on medicinal herbs. Having some rare leisure, he was ready to write a book just for fun. Perhaps in the future, he could release the other 3 of the 4 great classics, rewritten as immortal cultivation versions. Zhang Fei's roar at Changban Slope, scaring to death 1,000,000 heavenly demons. Lu Zhishan uprooting the world tree, Wusong fighting the demon emperor. Lin Dai's tears, a downpour of bitter rain across the heavens. The thought was exhilarating. Gu Anil laughed, a touch of melancholy inevitably rising in his heart. Where on earth could his previous life be? In this life, he had no parents, no family, leaving his heart forever empty, with a feeling of not knowing where he came from. Perhaps it was because of this loneliness that he cherished every person close to him so dearly. For a time, the room fell into silence, with both people lost in their own thoughts. The immortal spirit of the immortal dynasty spread throughout the mortal world without causing chaos, and the great sects did not perceive any clues. Just like that, another 10 years passed. In the summer of that year, at 412 years old, Guan had just returned from Tianya Valley. He sat down on a chair and stretched lazily. He was about to take out Green Hero Travelogue when he felt something and had to pick up the array formation record to flip through. Before long, there were hurried footsteps outside the door. The door was pushed open and Yu Yingying rushed in. She came to the table, slammed a book down on it, and glared at Guan with unrestrained anger. How could you dare to write the Prime Minister's death? 9 years earlier, Guan published Romance of the Three Kingdoms, set against an immortal cultivation backdrop. Heroes, scholars, and warriors were all cultivators. It swept through the immortal cultivation world in just a few months after its release. Pannon, long silent, rose to fame with his new writing, and the influence of Romance of the Three Kingdoms continued to expand, having spread overseas. The Taoyuan Oath of Brotherhood became a beautiful tale in the world, and the immortal cultivation world even started a trend of sworn brotherhood. The tales of the demon god Lu Bu fighting 3 great immortals of Lu Guanzhong at Tiger Prison Pass also spread far and wide. To this day, the Supreme Sect released the latest volume of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, with the Prime Minister of the Shu immortal country, Zhuge Liang, dying due to the failure of the 7-star lamp. Yu Yingying had been so saddened reading this volume at the book collection hall, as the deaths of Lu Guanzhong had already grieved her. Now Zhuge Liang's death made her lose interest in Romance of the Three Kingdoms entirely, and she wanted to hammer Guan in frustration. Guan responded helplessly, "There are always regrets, aren't there? Whether an early or late death, it's all death in the end. It's not the same. He's Zhuge Liang, capable of divination and fortune-telling, able to use the power of heaven and earth to set up the 8 trigrams array. With a wave of his feather fan, he could even summon an east wind that sweeps across the great thousand world." Yu Yingying grew more agitated as she spoke, unable to resist the urge to circle around the table and lay hands on Guan. Guan quickly stood up, trying to evade her claws. As they scuffled playfully, Guan was scared downstairs. Not far downstairs, Gu Yu and Zhuo Lin also arrived in a rush. Seeing their angry faces, Guan muttered to himself that this was no good and hastened into Ji Xiaoyu's room. Ji Xiaoyu's reputation as a prodigy had spread, and with the Ji family's support behind her, Yu Yingying, Gu Yu, and Zhuo Lin dared not recklessly burst in. Inside the room, Ji Xiaoyu sat cross-legged on the bed in meditation, looking curiously at Guan. "What, Zhuge Liang? You've written another book?" She often cultivated in seclusion and had no time to read books. Guan didn't mind that she eavesdropped, saying with resignation, "Yes, I wrote a book. How can people trouble the author over the content of the book? Ridiculous. Can I take a look?" Ji Xiaoyu showed an interest, immediately getting off the bed. Guan nodded and approached the desk. With a wave of his right hand, stacks of books piled up on the table. Ji Xiaoyu sat down and began to flip through them. Guan paced around the room, which was filled with a faint fragrance. Following the scent, his gaze landed on Ji Xiaoyu's bed, where he saw a red kerchief. The fragrance emanated from this kerchief. This was actually an Immortal Path supreme treasure. Had Guan not explored it with his divine thought, he wouldn't have sensed it. Where did this Immortal Path supreme treasure come from? Guan felt that the restriction within the kerchief bore a resemblance to Ji Xiaoyu, and it didn't seem like it was a result of a latter recognition of a master. Could it be that this supreme treasure was refined by Ji Xiaoyu in her past life? In that case, Ji Xiaoyu's past life must have been at least at the level of the 9 heavens of Immortal Path. That made sense. Without such a cultivation level, how could she make the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor of the 8th floor of Divine Thought True Immortal Realm obey her every command? Now, the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor still resided within the 3rd Medicine Valley, seldom leaving. Once Yu Yingying and the others dispersed, Guan planned to leave. Ji Xiaoyu had already been captivated by Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and did not hold Guan back. After leaving the room, Guan didn't go upstairs but rode the Blood Prison Great Saint to inspect Medicine Valley. An Xian was absorbing qi and cultivating below the mystic pure tree. Long Qing and Shenxinzi were refining their bodies in the forest, and the other disciples were also busy with their tasks. Looking around, the entire Medicine Valley thrived, satisfying Guan. Not long after the Blood Prison Great Saint had walked away, a vast aura enveloped the entire Great Heavenly Spirit Land. Guan looked up and saw a figure appear above the Great Heavenly Spirit Land, located just beneath the light layer of outer heaven, yet within the confines of the sky of the Great Heavenly Spirit Land. A divine thought, true immortal. I am Yuanqiu, celestial ancestor from the Immortal dynasty, facing the end of my life. I wish to descend a grand vow for all beings with my 30 million years of Dao cultivation. My great Dao will transform into immortal rain to help beings achieve enlightenment. My physical body will open the path of reincarnation, where mortal souls can have a destination. A majestic voice echoed throughout the Great Heavenly Spirit Land. Everyone inside the Third Medicine Valley looked up in amazement. Following that, Guan saw Yuanqiu, celestial ancestor, spread his arms wide, bursting with bright light, instantly overshadowing the luminance of the seven suns outside heaven. Countless figures soared out toward the holy court in an attempt to reach Yuanqiu, celestial ancestor, but it was too late. Looking up, Guan saw the brilliant light in the sky overpower all else, drowning both him and the Blood Prison Great Saint beneath. 30 million years of Dao cultivation? Can that be true? The Blood Prison Great Saint asked in shock. He couldn't fathom living 30 million years, let alone attaining such a level of cultivation. And then there were the words, Immortal Dynasty, which sounded extraordinary in themselves. Could there be any force stronger than the Holy Court in the great heaven and earth? Before the bright light had faded, heavy rain started to fall. As everyone's vision was restored, they saw golden clouds above, shedding golden rain. As the golden rain washed over them, all creatures felt refreshed, and sensed their own cultivation levels slightly increasing. The world was astir, supreme sect buzzed with earth-shaking noise. Is this rain real? Immortal Dynasty. Yuanqiu, celestial ancestor, am I dreaming? Quickly sit and cultivate energy, it really can increase your cultivation. Immortal Dynasty? Could it be the heavenly court from Journey to the West? Panan wasn't just making it up, there really is a force where immortals and gods gather. The disciples in the Third Medicine Valley also excitedly discussed, some immediately sat down to cultivate their energy, while others hesitated, fearing it could be a plot. Guan's gaze pierced through the golden clouds, looking towards Yuanqiu, celestial ancestor. In that dazzling light, Yuanqiu, celestial ancestor's body exploded and, following that, transformed into a stream of air, swirling into a vortex that gradually solidified. Indistinctly, Guan felt a certain rule of heaven and earth moving closer to that vortex. This rule was connected to the soul, prompting him to think of two words. Reincarnation. To think there was a divine thought, true immortal who would sacrifice himself to open the path of reincarnation. Even in the reincarnation evolution, Guan had not seen such an event. After this event, the name of Immortal Dynasty became renowned throughout the world, informing all beings of their existence, and moreover, ensuring they would remember their favor. Should the Holy Court attack the Immortal Dynasty now, it might shake their image in the hearts of all beings. Guan raised his right hand to feel the golden rain. Suddenly, he saw Zhang Xianwang soaring into the sky, flying to the airspace of the Taizong continent. Hovering in the air, Zhang Xianwang began to expound the Tao. At the sound of his celestial voice, everywhere on the continent, regardless of what people were doing, all stopped in their tracks, immersed in a mystical state. It wasn't only the Taizong continent. Guan saw immortals spread throughout the world beginning to expound the Tao, which also alarmed the main cities of the Holy Court in every domain. The great cultivators of Holy Court rapidly surrounded those expounding immortals, but no one dared to act rashly. As the thoughts of the masses were linked by the sound of the immortal's voice, the immortals need only a thought to implant voices and images into the minds of all beings. The blood prison great saint beneath Guan also entered a path enlightenment state, lying down unconsciously. There's even this kind of method, Guan mused inwardly. He stayed on the back of the beast, pretending to be in a state of enlightenment with a vacant look in his eyes. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor walked out from inside the house, looking towards Zhang Xianwang with a slight frown. The Immortal Dynasty, to think they would sacrifice a divine thought true immortal. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor was also stunned by the magnanimity of Yuanqiu's celestial ancestor. Having lived more than 15 million years himself, he had never seen such an event. Regardless of whatever Yuanqiu's celestial ancestor's ulterior motives might be, this act truly benefited the masses. Copious golden rain fell through, penetrating rooftops and mountains. No matter where one was, every being could receive the blessings of the golden rain and hear the expounding voice of the immortals.